up, everybody? You can hear me, yes? How we doing? Testing 1, 2, 3. I know the music is loud. Chill. Alright, cool. Aight. Greetings to Ireland. We're not all crazy here. Alright, cool. We'll get going in a second. Just want to get all my links. My links. Oh, you want to chat in yet? Andy, we can give you a... If you want to call in, Andy. All right. Welcome, everybody. We're about ready to go. I'm going to give you my legal take on what we know, what has happened. You probably know my conclusion if you follow me on Twitter, but we'll walk through everything to make sure that you understand why this is the case. And that's always important. But we are going to start with a member of the Pisco who is actually a resident of Minnesota, Minneapolis, and I believe this happened about a block from where they live. And so we're going to start with Andy, who's in disagreements right now, and I'll drag them in right now, and we'll see what's what. How you doing, Andy?
Yo, Pisco.
What's up? Tell us what's going on. What are you seeing? What's happening?
This shit is fucking crazy, Pisco. This literally happened. It's hard to say how close this happened to me without completely fucking doxing myself. Let's just say that.
Okay. All right.
But it
sorry if I said that. Sorry that I said that.
It's good. It's good.
Oh, no worries.
No, it's good. But it happened extremely close to where I live. To the point where outside my apartment there's like protesters and shit when I walked outside my apartment.
So tell us what you saw, what's going on, and what is the, are there still protesters there? What's the feeling?
Yeah, I mean, there's like thousands, I would say, of people on the street congregating around where this happened. There were clashes with some of the like police and shit that were there. They were throwing tear gas. People were throwing the tear gas back at the police. Eventually they left. And so now the street is just protesters. The protesters, they put up like barricades to like block vehicles from traveling through that street. People chanting, fuck ICE, people screaming, a lot of emotions, a lot of American flags.
I saw a Mexican flag. That's going to trigger. That's going to trigger some people to see the Mexican flag. No, I know it's crazy, and I know that you've been. You've been sort of giving us in the Peace Corps updates from on ever since Renee Good, and even before that, on what was happening. So yeah, what is your take on everything? How does it feel to be part of this community that that ICE is sort of invading?
I'm honestly feeling extremely radicalized by all this stuff. I am extremely disappointed in how the Democratic Party is responding to this. I think it's honestly just like, it's just fucking disgraceful, honestly. I think they are not doing anything. It feels like they're not really doing anything to genuinely fight back against this stuff. Yes, they're doing this litigation in the courts and stuff, but like, holy fuck, they're just murdering people on the streets of my neighborhood, and there's no one to defend us. There's no one here to like do anything about it. You know, it's all, they just give all these fucking excuses. And and I have been like the number one Democrat defender.
I know you are,
like, and so I'm just so fucking disappointed in these people. I'm just fucking pissed.
Are you talking more about the national Democrats or your state officials? I know Tim Walz has said some things that are a little bit like groaning, but today he said that he wanted to assume jurisdiction over the criminal investigation. Does that at least assuage some of your feelings?
Say the same thing? Didn't they say the same thing about Renee Good? And then and then the feds came and took all the evidence. They're like, oh, I guess there's nothing we can do because they took all the evidence.
Well, and it's I'm disappointed that we didn't have any strong statements that the state is going to investigate the Renee Good matter as like a murder investigation. That upsets me. And so that angers me. And so I understand that. I'm glad that they said this more strongly from Tim Walz, or at least that's my perception. You might have seen something else. I'm just telling you my perception. But I do agree with you that not every Democrat seems to be ready for the moment. Some, I think, have said good stuff. But one thing to me is clear. After what just took place, how can we fund this government? We have...
That is the yes. Craziest. The fact that there's a single Democrat in this entire country for whom that's even a question, it just boggles my mind, honestly. It boggles my mind. I can't explain the way that some of these Democrats vote and how they act. It's just inexplicable to me.
Tell us about the Minnesota people and specifically Minneapolis. What is the vibe usually like? Is this tell us a little bit about your people.
I mean, so I only recently moved to Minneapolis. I used to live in Chicago.
Got it.
I moved here in August. And I mean, culturally, it's pretty similar to Chicago. It's like, because it's in the Midwest and everything. But there's definitely a very strong protest culture in Minneapolis. People have really been showing up. People have really been supporting each other. There's all sorts of like signal chats that people have been creating to like coordinate like observing ICE and stuff. That I'm pretty sure the person who was shot was one of those people.
Sure. And for people to so that they know, we have some indication about who this person is. He was a U.S. citizen. His name is Alex Preddy, and he was an ICU nurse, according to AP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, tons. I can send you some of the pictures that I took. Sure. Actually, maybe I can DM them to you or something.
That'd be great. And last thing, unless there's anything else that you wanted to say. Has this dissuaded you, or is it making you not want to go out and protest? I know you've been protesting out there. You've been a good patriot, but are you scared? Are you fearful for just doing what's lawfully allowed under, our Constitution, your right to protest?
I mean, honestly, yeah, it does make me feel kind of scared. I mean, I've kind of had this rule that like I'm not going to change how I live my life because these people are invading my city. I'm just going to do whatever I would normally be doing. I'm not going to like change my behavior. I'm not going to walk around with my birth certificate or something. I'm just going to do what I would normally do on every single day. But it does, like, I do look over my shoulder now. Like I do, if there's like a car that's like kind of looks suspicious, that has tinted windows and stuff, I do kind of like start watching them and being a little bit scared. And they're like, there's just such a cloud of fear over the entire city. Everyone feels it. It's really fucked up, man. I don't know.
No, I appreciate you saying that, because I think that is, as I'll get into, a lot of the goal. The goal is to create a republic of fear. And not just for the people who are the claimed targets of the administration, not just for the violent illegal immigrants, not just for, the non-citizens, but indeed the citizens. We're talking about 2 U.S. citizens that have now been, in my opinion, murdered. I think it's an easy call on both of them, murder. And the result is that U.S. citizens feel chilled. What I will stress to you is to be safe. I know that you're keeping an eye on stuff, but we do care about you being safe always, and appreciate your up to date reporting. And it's so crazy it's happened so close to you.
I know, I know. I sent you some of the pictures if you want to take a look at them.
Okay. I'll have a look at them.
But
But yeah, no, appreciate you. Is there anything else you want to say to the audience before I let you go?
I guess the last thing I'll say is like this shit is fucking real. It was pissing me off looking at how people were arguing in the Peace Accord, just like immediately devolving into, oh, this is because of the far left didn't vote for Kamala Harris or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's just so like people aren't treating this seriously. Like it's just another little thing for people to fight about. And it's like I would just like people need to really internalize that these are people's lives being lost. And like it's happening in Minneapolis right now, but it could be your city next. It could be your neighborhood next. Like they're going to come for all of us if people don't rise up and do something about it peacefully and patriotically.
Peaceful and patriotically, of course.
Yes,
Yeah, no.
yes, always.
I appreciate you saying that, and I'll have something to say about that after you leave. But no, good things to say, and again, as always, appreciate you, Andy, valued member of the community, and always stay safe and let us know what happens if anything, if there's an update or something.
I will. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man. Peace out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start giving my takes on stuff. Let me first sort of deal with the let's start with like the facts as we know them. And I think that's gonna start by looking at some of the video. Then I'll tell you why I think it's murder, and then I'll talk a little politics stuff, and we'll see where we're at. And if people want to call in or what have you, feel free to do that. So, got some clips. Basic rundown. There was a man filming ICE/CBP. It's not entirely clear to me at this moment whether the shooting officer is part of CBP or ICE. To me, at this moment, it doesn't really matter. So, if I say ICE as a substitute for CBP in this case, it's part of the ICE deployment. And that's what I'm referencing, is this kind of deployment, which is spearheaded by ICE. So that nuance, to me, is irrelevant for present purposes. I did see Josiah's message, and Josiah did accept the collaboration requests. So let me know if that... I think it's live now, so I think that I did that. Cool. Awesome. Filming CBP and ICE, there's a video showing that, and maybe I can actually find that video somewhere to show you all, but you might have seen it. For now, I'll just assume you've seen it. He's filming. He's not like going towards the officers with an intent in drawing his gun, right? The administration has put out this story, this made up fantasy land story, just like they did with Renee Good. And keep that in mind. Keep that in mind when you're talking about who we trust to have the war power. Keep that in mind when you're talking about who to trust to invoke the Insurrection Act. That trust is a necessary function of the claim and ownership of these kinds of elaborate and extravagant powers. That trust needs to be there. And if there is no trust, and if they lie at every opportunity, what does that tell us about whether or not they're responsible to wield any of these extravagant, unreviewable authorities? Now, it's my position that you can't trust them to do much of anything. Even the basic functioning of our federal government and bureaucracy has been completely idiocracyized. I know it's not a word. / made basically a department store for graft and corruption to enrich Trump and his cronies and friends. Every power has been used that way, corruptly. But especially these sort of extravagant powers, these large international conflicts. What, you're going to trust Trump with a unreviewable war power? Think about my conversation with Richard Hanania. You're going to trust him to federalize the National Guard using the Insurrection Act and to deploy the military on American streets when they're lying about things in plain sight? And so their story is, this man had a plan to massacre the agents. He's another terrorist, just like Renee Good. You have Katie Miller saying this man shot at officers. That he shot. She deleted the tweet I saw. But they're just reflexively dishonest. They lie. It's who they are. Who they are is deception. Their entire outlook necessitates deceit. This is true of Stephen Miller. This is true of Donald Trump. This is true of everyone they have working at DHS, Kristi Noem. All of these clowns. It's scarcely human. It's scarcely human. You can't trust them. And there is no, I hope this puts to bed that notion that there is, it should have been put to bed a while ago, any bridge to be built with the right-wing populist base. That was always Fantasyland. It remains today Fantasyland because the right-wing populist base, the ideological base, I'm not talking about all Trump voters, so you know what I'm talking about. The ideological base, they will defend this. They don't care. And again, we're going to get into the facts, but now I can't help but get into the politics. All these rogue frontiersmen who told us Second Amendment this, libertarian values that, don't tread on me, they will be the first. They will be the first to give up their rights in a claimed emergency. And this is so predictable. You especially need to mistrust these alleged civil libertarians, the Republican version of libertarians, okay? They are the most dishonest actors. But indeed, the base they are power worshippers. They're government bootlicking shills. And so they don't care about the lies. They will stomach the lies. Or they'll say, who cares about the lies? Who cares that they're calling this guy a terrorist with no evidence? Who cares that this guy, like, there's just zero indication he shot at anybody, but they say it. Or that he was planning a massacre, a mass casualty event with a pistol that was never drawn by him. A pistol which, by all accounts, he was permitted to have. We'll get into some of the confusion on that specific issue. I don't think that specific issue is as important as people are trying to make it out to be. People have this intuition. It reminds me a little bit of like, but he crossed state lines kind of memes. You remember those memes? I don't actually think that, and once we get into legal analysis, I'll explain why. But it is worth noting the kind of entailment by the view that some of these Republicans and MAGA supporters are providing for, given their view on this case. So it may not be relevant to the individual self-defense decision, but if you find this to be reasonable, of course it would have implications on law-abiding citizens, people who are lawfully in possession of weapons. Okay? And let's clear up some terminology, because I saw this. Thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you so much for the follows and all that stuff. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all the patriots in the chat. And please continue to protest peacefully, patriotically, and safely. Okay? I know that with this administration, it is sometimes hard to protest safely because they will try to trigger hostile events like they're doing now. Right? We have a federal court ruling which has been administratively stayed, not merit stayed, administratively stayed out of Minnesota, finding that ICE, in fact, deployed force, broke wedding rings, handcuffed people, seized them, threw them into the back of their ICE cruisers on the basis of the exercise of civil liberties when they were within their rights to do what they were doing. And I want to be clear about that. You do have a legal right to observe, to film. You do. That's protected by the First Amendment. But that doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to respect that right, because they haven't. They don't give a shit. These are Gestapo thugs. They're Gestapo thugs. You have to call them what they are. I'm not going to mince words about it. Gestapo thugs. Does that mean that you should do criminal acts against them? No. Does that mean that you shouldn't try to maximize your safety? No, I want you all to maximize your safety. But you have a patriotic duty. You do have a patriotic duty to protest and to speak out. You owe it to your country. Your country is suffering right now, and you owe it to it. Even though it's being run by maniacs. but do so safely, do so peacefully, do so patriotically. Okay? All right, back to the facts. This event seems to have gotten out of hand because the agents go towards this man who's filming and kind of shove him around a little bit. Now, there's a question. What's the basis for the action there? We'll get into that, and why officer-created hazard doctrine might not just apply to a Renee Good situation, but also this. We're talking about TOC here, folks. Never forget TOC, totality of circumstances. I actually want to start with the video uncovered by Dropsite News. And why don't we watch that real quick? So this is a woman watching this event, and she was seen in the initial video that was shot behind or to the right of, or I don't know, directly where the camera's pointing at. You can see her behind where the thing is happening. Do you? I think that this is like news. I think I'm allowed. Is there any reason why I wouldn't be allowed to show this? Just real quick, are people saying not to show this? Just heads up. Just heads up. I'm gonna gauge the audience. Do you think there's any problem? Maybe turn the volume down or something. Okay. All right. I think that this is newsworthy. I think this is important for our democracy. It's not gratuitous, but yeah.
Go.
Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Who would have thought the agency that laughably misstated Fourth Amendment doctrine 2 days ago, despite a 1L knowing better, would so blatantly ignore all other constitutional and criminal uses of force law? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and I totally agree. These people, who knows? I mean, maybe we'll find out this person was trained and was another like decade-long person of CBP or ICE or whatever. Whatever it is that they're training them, if this is their training, it ain't working. Okay. So this, I believe, is the decedent, the one who just was. All right. So you see him right there, right? And you see him with his hand up. TOC, remember? Hand up. TOC. Spray, spray, spray. Spray, spray, spray. Spray again. TOC is totality of circumstances. Sprayed. Trying to pick up the person, either another protester, who knows who this person is, okay? Trying to pick her up from the ground. What's the basis for the use of force here? What's the probable cause? What's the reasonable suspicion? What are you preventing? What use of force? And how does this use of force, I should say, have any tendency to be helpful towards a lawful purpose? Remember, objective reasonability. What does the Supreme Court tell us to look at? The Supreme Court tells us to look at, in fact, I don't need to just tell you anymore, because I now am having these conversations so often that I have it pulled up. And so I'm just going to show you. This is the court. Opinion of the court. All right? Kingsley, the decision. It's a Breyer decision, also cited in this case. Oh, sorry, that's also Kingsley. I don't know what this is. Lombardo. Oh, also cited in Lombardo. Oh, sorry. Is the right decision? Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's Kingsley. I think I'm just going to control F need. There we go. Here is the court. All right. The court. Breyer writing for the court. The relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. Well, what is the need? Right? It's not a defined test. It's not the ground factors, mate. The ground factors. That's Chud logic. It's the case called Graham v. Connor. It's a gestalt. But what does the court tell us? Analyze the relationship between the need for the use of force and the amount of force used. All right. Obviously, the threat reasonably perceived by the officer. Okay. So someone tell me. Why is force being applied? I know it's not deadly force here. Okay. And they're bringing him to the ground too. Okay. All right.
People, the fuck is
All right.
wrong with you? Honestly.
There's how many people here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least. Okay. Why? Did you hear those shots? So, just know. In his chest. So look at him. Oh, you can't see him. My bad. You can't even see what I'm seeing. My bad. 1 second. This is crazy. Look at his position on the ground. He's just been shot in the chest, point blank. Bushwhacked. Okay, they're done, right? They're done. Look at him. He's prone. He's dying. You shot him. The gun is not there. So they're done, right? Okay. And now let's go to slowed down versions. Real quick. How do I do this? So this is the officer. The guy doesn't appear to ever. So this is an officer who disarms the protester who never has a gun in his hand that we can see, never goes to the gun that we can see. At the start of this encounter, has his hands up trying to help someone. It's a slippery condition. There's 4 officers or more, 5 or 6 nearby, standing over him. They're all grabbing at him. So this is the guy with the empty hand. They're over him. Empty hand. This is all I can do to make it as big as I can right now. Sorry. Pistol whip. You see this guy? Pistol whipping this motherfucker. Where do they train that? Interesting. So this is the gun of the individual who he's taken, right? That's a gun. He's holding a gun. And then the first shot. Boom. Oh, but he's not done, right? Because they shot, and then pull out, shoot, which we all just saw. This guy did a little bit of analysis. We'll read it, and then I'll give you my legal take. Frame-by-frame breakdown of this murder shows ICE's line. ICE had already disarmed the man before shooting. We'll talk about the legal implications of that. The man never drew his gun. That's important, obviously. At 6-second mark, we see the man's hand on the ground, covered in large gloves. Pretty unmistakable, right? How is he going to hold a gun there? Hands are empty. At 15 seconds, one of the agents begins to pistol whip the man in the head. We saw that. We saw that in motion. Your eye saw it, right? Like, I'm not lying. Your eyes can see this. You can actually watch it. Showing the orientation of the man's body and how his hands were nowhere near. Right? How's he going to grab the gun? At 13 seconds, we see the man is on his knees. An officer in a gray jacket is pulling up his shirt. You can see the gun in his waistband at 16 seconds. I actually can't really see that gun. Or maybe you're talking about the officer's gun, perhaps. Maybe it's that. Regardless, the officer in the gray jacket grabs the gun from the waistband at 17 seconds. Again, in 18 seconds, the officer already has the gun in his possession, is walking away. The gun. We call this guy the gray officer. See, the agent has already disarmed the man and is walking away. A second later, after the man in the gray jacket is walking away, the officers pull the victim up to his knees. One officer points his gun at the main man point blank. The man is disarmed. His hands are clearly visible. And he has a gun pointed in his face at 19 seconds with the unarmed man on his knees. The agent pulls the trigger point blank. The officer in the gray jacket looks back in surprise. This is the officer. Well, I think the in surprise bit is doing a little bit of editorializing, but he does look back. Agent who has just shot raises his gun higher at 20 seconds and shoots again point blank at an unarmed man on his knees. At 21 seconds, we see the shooting officer as he backs up, gun still aimed at the man's head as he now lies flat on the side wall. The agent fires again. He continues to back up and fire at the now lifeless, unarmed corpse on the sidewalk, firing at least 2 more shots as he walks backwards. No other agent has even drawn a weapon because there's no threat. Man was disarmed, surrounded by officers, pulled up on his knees, executed him point blank, murder. That's what this guy's determination is. So let's talk about some of the facts and their significance. Oh, you can't see me. God damn. How long that happened? I'll fix it. One sec. Okay. So what is going on here? And why do I think it's murder? As we went through in the Renee Good case, elements of murder, malice, cause, death of a human without justification. We have our elements here, okay? For this, in Minnesota at least, significant cause. Okay, so if someone's dying of cancer and you push them into the, okay, he was fragile because of his state, but you were a significant cause. If there's bullets and we can't determine which one necessarily was the one thing that put him over, you know, multiple bullets at a time. And again, when does death occur? Did you make death more with all those other shots? So significant cause here for Minnesota. This is what we learned in the Chauvin trial. Malice. All right, so let's go run through the elements. This is intention / knowledge. Intent meaning your conscious object, knowledge meaning you're practically certain that the result will occur. And here, you know, shooting a gun point blank range at a person, you're going to either want as your conscious object to kill the person, and at a bare minimum, you're practically certain the death will occur at that range. Okay? And there's no other weird situation, such as extreme emotional disturbance, etc., that would get us out of malice for this, okay? Cause death of a human being. I mean, you're not serious if you don't think that the shots were the proximate and but-for cause of the death here. Query whether or not the pistol whipping would be a significant cause of death here. Probably not. I will note that I think all the shots are probably significant causes to his ultimate death. Unless you can like prove that he did expire in those like in that second, like whatever second it was. So my guess is you're gonna need to justify all those shots, buddy. And then finally, this is the one that we're all gonna fight about, justification. All right. How do we get to justification? Was it publicly authorized? Well, it's publicly authorized if there was a reasonable seizure, right? According to, in this case, a self-defense policy or self-defense rationale, or defense of public defense rationale. And of course, for deadly force in this context is a seizure, right? Gunshot equals seizure. And therefore, how do we know if the seizure is reasonable? We apply the Fourth Amendment. Now, in this case, they're analyzing for different purposes. They're analyzing the 14th Amendment for something else, but they're applying the standard from Graham v. Connor. So don't be, just because this case specifically has another right component to it, doesn't mean that we don't analyze it under the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment. Graham v. Connor, Plumhoff, Gardner, these are the cases that we've talked about, okay? And so what is the test to whether or not the gunshot is reasonable? Whether or not it's objectively reasonable. Well, that's helpful. Objectively reasonable. Okay, but don't worry, the court gives us some considerations, and we went over a few of them. The threat to the officer. Is there a serious risk of serious bodily injury or death? Right? What's the need? What's the need? And the force. And what's that connection? Okay? So here's what's not going to be a good need. Detention. Okay? Shooting someone that many times will be not a good relationship with detention. Okay? Because you're going to kill him. So there needs to be some other need. What are you, is he a threat to the public? No. So the only thing, just like with the Renee Good situation, that's even like plausibly arguable, officer safety. All right. Well, how do we examine whether or not this was justified in virtue of the need of officer safety? No one will doubt that you're allowed to use force to be tailored to the needs of officer safety. Well, we need to examine the threat. And was there a threat of serious bodily injury or death to the officer? Well, was there? No. No, because why? No, because look at him. He is at various different points in this on his knees. He's being pistol whipped. He never reaches for his gun. There doesn't seem to be any footage that shows him reaching for another officer's gun. A reasonable officer, again, and also remember, this is done from the perspective of a objectively reasonable officer. What is he going to Jackie Chan and like kill them all with his hands? Is he going to steal their guns if he makes no attempt to do so? What you're going to hear is you're going to be like, well, could he? Could he? Could he? Would it be possible for Nate Good to kill him? Is it possible? Is it logically possible? That's what you're going to hear. You're going to hear like, isn't it possible that he killed him? This is why it's so important to have our language clear. Yeah, pepper sprayed already, multiple times. Why is he moving? Maybe because you just fucking maced him? And he's like in agony? Apparently there's another angle where both hands are on the ground. I mean, I don't doubt that at all. I'm not going to look at it right now because I think we have enough to run through some legal stuff there. But what you're going to hear is some bullshit about like, officers never know if something bad can happen, never know. And what they're trying to do, though they'll try to hide it, is they're trying to create a per se rule. A per se rule. That anytime you resist in quotes, you automatically represent a danger of serious bodily injury or death. But we know that's not the case. We know that's not the case because SCOTUS tells us that there's not a per se rule here. SCOTUS says that. There's no mechanical test. We also know that because we have plenty of cases where deadly force wasn't justified in light of resistance. Ever heard of Floydism? This is where you can truly start to put Chud Logic's, I don't know what to call them, malicious ignorance and racist implications within your ire. Floydism, he says. No, that case is important because it helps us with the principles, not because everything is exactly the same. George Floyd was resisting. There's no doubt about that at some point during the encounter. No doubt about it whatsoever. He was resisting. He was not complying. Notwithstanding that at some point he was not complying, the application of force in that case was not justified. Are there differences as well? Yes, it's for the principle, per se rule. Just resisting doesn't mean you're automatically at risk of serious bodily injury or death. So, yeah, I think it's pretty open and shut. And that's for the first shot. That is for the first shot. All that analysis was for shot one. And now you can think about what... it said, if there's a threat, right, mate, you're allowed to unload your clip, mate. You're allowed to just shoot until it goes click. Boom, boom, boom. That was just shot one. All right. Shot two. Shot three. Shot four. We looked at the scientific tests. Human reaction time is faster than a second. We found in lab conditions, different than the field conditions. Average was like 0.3 to stop shooting. Okay, let's say you add, let's be gentle and add 0.5 to that, right? And that 0.5 is usually seen as like, all right, this is the reaction time. Let's add a whole reaction time above the standard lab condition one that we saw. 0.8. The guy just mag dumped when it was clear the decedent was lying like this, backing up with his gun. Shot, shot, shot. You all saw it. None of the other officers drew their gun that we can see. How are you going to justify those shots? And now, Johnny come lately, if you see Chud or any of these other loser fucks, with respect to self-defense, I don't know about his other shit, talk about this, apply the Chud principle. Well, what's the Chud principle? When you perceive a threat, mate, when you perceive a threat, you're allowed to shoot. And you don't analyze every shot. So who was actually right about that? Is every legal analysis going to be itemized like this? No. No one says that. What we say is every shot needs to have a justification because every shot is a seizure. And seizures under the Constitution must be reasonable. And if a shot is not justified by anything from the perspective of an objectively reasonable officer, it is not reasonable. It is unreasonable, therefore illegal, therefore not justification at all, therefore we have our elements of murder. To me, this is arguably even a clearer case than Renee Good, which to me was already an abundantly clear case. Not only that, this is ignoring the potentiality of officer-created dangerousness, which the Supreme Court has not ruled on. When we have that, holy shit. Stop pouring water on the plant. You're going to kill it. It's too much. Pepper spray, pepper spray. Why the fuck are you going up to these people? What has he done? Everything I just did was pure logic, pure facts and reason. Pure. Just taking what SCOTUS tells us to do, applying it to the case. And what you're going to see from the right and from the chuds, from the MAGA bootlicking shills who worship power, who promised, the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment. You're going to see emotion. You're going to see ludicrous and bombastic statements because they know they are intellectually incapable of making the argument. And so I doubt very much, maybe they'll show up to these discussions. Inevitably, there'll be discussions. But that's the legal analysis. The case is Graham v. Connor. The case is Kingsley. The case is Lombardo. The case is Plumhoff. The case is the SCOTUS precedent that we all rely on. Those are the cases. Talk about the political implications. Political implications. The first one is a hypocrisy test. And that's on gun rights in this country. If you take the rule that there is a per se deadly threat whenever someone who is lawfully carrying a weapon. Actually, stop. I'm not going to get in that just yet. I want to just quickly go over some misnomers. Sorry. Let's go fresh. For political reasons, it matters whether or not he was lawfully carrying. Okay? That matters politically. But remember, this is from the perspective of an officer in the position of the one who's applying the force. And so he's not really going to have a basis to know whether or not he's lawfully carrying or not. And so for the specific legal inquiry, just put aside that question. Unless he has a reason to think that he's lawfully carrying or unlawfully carrying, we can't really factor it into the analysis. All right. So don't let that confuse you. As well as additional facts, the fact that he's like an ICU person, the fact that he might have, like, I don't know, let's say he's like a veteran, or there's other like good facts about him, right? The only thing that we should consider from the perspective for the self-defense stuff is like the things that would have been reasonably apprehensible by the person who's using the force. I understand whether it's relevant. It's relevant for the political stuff. It's relevant to show you like the extremity of the positions that are being offered, but just don't be like confused into marshaling that in your legal argument. Do you understand that, guys? So I get this, and but it can also help you too, because let's say that he's not like holding his permit how he should, or like the license is expired, or it's like the cross state lines thing. It's not super relevant to the analysis from the perspective of the Fourth Amendment. Okay, unless there's some like statute that says you can't. It's always justified to use guns against someone who's unlawfully carrying. I'm almost certain. I am certain there's something like that exists, but there's nothing about this analysis that should turn on the status of him legally carrying, unless that were a fact that was like known to the officer and would have been like reasonably known. You understand that? That's the first like kind of misnomer. The other misnomer is why they're stopping him and their authority to stop them, just like in the Renee Good situation. It's not dispositive. It is not dispositive. And the legal justification might not even be relevant. The factual of how it came about, that might be relevant for certain doctrines or certain analyses under reasonableness. But just because, let's assume, right? Because the pepper spray is also a use of force. Let's say that it were ruled that the use of force in pepper spray was objectively unreasonable. Just because that's objectively unreasonable doesn't necessitate, right? It doesn't necessitate, it's not dispositive that the follow-on shot will itself be unjustified. And we know that from Supreme Court case law. So we don't, just because the first part of that might be legally questionable. Indeed, like the decision to target someone because of their protected activities is itself illegal under the First Amendment, under the Due Process Clause, right? These are all things that are protected. And in fact, a Minnesota federal court has found that ICE and DHS has been targeting people because of their expression as opposed to any other like lawful basis to stop them. But don't get confused. Just because that's the case, and I do believe it's the case that they're targeting protesters, doesn't mean that the specific legal analysis here turns on those facts. Okay? Does it work in reverse? Can you be more, can your question, rephrase the question, sorry. So it could be that the seizure itself initially is illegal because it's retribution under the First Amendment or some kind of viewpoint discrimination under the First Amendment. That wouldn't necessarily resolve the Fourth Amendment issue of the use of force. Okay? So don't be confused that these other politically salient, politically relevant issues, such as what's their authority for being in the first place? Are they violating other rights? Was the other use of force justified? It might be relevant to certain factual pretexts that will bear on the reasonability test. They just don't necessarily decide them. Could this person, by this person you mean the officer or the decedent? But as I was saying, this also helps your case from the defensive side, because if there's some news that this person actually was like a previous felon, he wasn't supposed to have a gun, he wasn't carrying it in the right way, or it was only for like one kind of gun, you don't have to get bogged down in that, right? You can just be like, that's not relevant. Like the officer wouldn't know that. He would have no reason to think he wasn't lawfully carrying the gun. You understand? So it's just more helpful if you don't include that as part of your legal analysis, because it all needs to be funneled through the mental state of the officer from an objective perspective. Okay. Cool. So if the first is found justifiable, does that mean the follow-up? No, right? That's also not the case, right? So if the first use of force is justified, that doesn't mean that everything else is unjustified, or is also justified. That's, in so many words, a different way of stating the Chud logic approach, which is like, you don't need to analyze every bullet, mate. And the truth is, they all need to be justified. And the justification of one doesn't imply the justification of the other. Just like the unjustification of one doesn't imply that each use of force needs to be justified. Now, factually, they're related, right? Factually, they're related. How the shots are occurring, how much time happens between the application of the force, the circumstances that bring about the force. Obviously, they're related such that you could say, okay, well, they're all justified because throughout the duration of the shots, we don't need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. The threat persists throughout. But if there's a reason to think that there's a changed circumstance of threat, in the case of Renee Good, there is, of course, a reason to think of a changed circumstance of threat once, even though I think all the shots in Renee Good are unjustified, once the car is well and truly out of his path, there's a changed circumstance of threat. And so the only question is, would a reasonable officer have the physiological reasonable, both, you need to have the physiological, obviously, but like, would it be reasonable for them to notice a difference in threat circumstance? And the answer, I think, in the Renee Good situation is, of course, yes. Even though, yes, it's a split second. Yes. Even though it's a split second. Yes. Correct. And here it's like even clearer. I mean, it's longer. There's more shots. The guy is lying prone. There's a change. If there was ever a threat, and again, I do not grant that there was ever a qualifying threat, but there certainly was a change in circumstance of the nature of the threat when he's lying prone after 3 or 4 shots in his chest. Gun out of any visibility because the gun has been apprehended. And now those shots, how are you going to justify those? With them taking the gun, change the circumstance of the threat, I believe that, like, yeah, it would change the circumstance in that a reasonable officer would not be able to perceive a gun because there's no gun there. Here's what's another pitfall. Don't do this. The disarming of the gun, you need to be careful in how you use that. Don't just say, well, he was in fact disarmed, therefore it was not justified because there's no threat. That's not quite what you want to say. What you want to say is, he was disarmed, and so a reasonable officer wouldn't perceive a gun because there was no gun. And it's even possible that perhaps the other officer said something, but we don't know yet. We'll need to see that, right? Maybe he would have said something. But at the time he takes a shot, no reasonable officer would perceive the gun. And to the extent that they could perceive the gun, it would be in the holster. Here's a tricky argument they might try to bring up, okay? Oh, well, the fact that the holster is now empty, a reasonable officer would think he drew it. You understanding that? And so because he doesn't anymore see the gun in the holster, he could think that the gun's around. That's why he shoots. But don't be tricked by that, okay? I can see these fucking people trying to come up with everything. God damn, I haven't even talked to any of them, but I already know what the fuck they're going to say. The weasel shit. Right. Then it's like, okay, officer created hazard up the wazoo. So now we can have officers just disarm people and claim pretext. Where are your Second Amendment rights? That's number one. But then number two, just don't accept the premise that just because you see an empty holster, therefore there's a threat to the officer. Don't accept that premise. There should be some indication that he's attempting to or would wield it. Sometimes there's suspects who lose their gun and whatever. You don't get to shoot them. So just don't accept the premise. Again, I want to encourage you all to reject framing from MAGA. Don't accept their framing. That's usually a lot of these discussions when you're having them with friends, family, whatever, or people who are ideological, often is the case. People will not think to like question the foundation of things. But yeah, just be aware. Actual good foresight. Yeah. Because I'm just thinking about ways they could try to spin shit. Oh yeah, of course he took it, and that was why it was justified because he didn't see the holster anymore, and that's why he kept shooting. Like, no. You bring up officer created jeopardy, and you say it's not been ruled that that's not the case, and then you also bring up the fact, well, who cares? There are a trillion reasons why an objective, reasonable officer in that situation could see the holster empty, including it being the fact that it was disarmed, but also he has visibility of his hands. Okay? So just those are some pitfalls that I want to warn you guys about. Don't think that the authority question, the other legal issues are dispositive on the Fourth Amendment. Don't get wrapped up in did he lawfully carry or not. That is good politically. That's good for arguments about policy. That's good for like the entailments of what it would be like if they were right about this legal answer. That's all good for that stuff. But it's very similar to this kind of cross state lines thing. It's ancillary. It's a different set of things. And then don't just assume because there's one moment that it's justified, the rest are justified, vice versa. And have some arguments prepared on like it was unholstered argument, therefore we thought it was around. Okay, so yeah. Back to the political aspect of it, real quick. Let's start with Second Amendment. That was what I was going to start with anyway. So let's start with that. Okay. I think that if your friends, if your families, if the people that you interact with, these are gun enthusiasts, people who care about guns, and care about guns from a constitutional perspective, they should want not to instill a rule that will basically make that right contingent on officer reasonability or agent reasonability. That if it's the case that you basically have no leeway whatsoever if an agent under color of law attempts to initiate a stop on you, if that's the case, then in what sense is this right like that helpful at all? If you're walking around with a gun, if you have constitutional carry laws, whatever you want to say, or a lack of laws, if they can just be trivially used against you. Now, understand, obviously, you always run that risk from a reasonable perspective, but as a per se rule, as an assumption, essentially, in at best arguable conditions that he was violently resisting after being fucking sprayed in the face and being fucking pistol whipped. How do you react when you're pistol whipped? Yo, I am completely still. I don't move at all when I'm fucking being hit in the head with a pistol. So even query when people say physically resisting, you need to like question that. How do you know he's not slipping? How do you know he's not reacting physiologically to the pepper spray? How do you know that it's not a reaction to the fact that he's being beat the fuck up? Remember Rodney King? Never accept their framing. They're born liars. All these MAGA people. Or they've done the deal with the devil in the case of some of these quote unquote the reasonable conservatives, of course. Philando Castile, yeah. But even in that circumstance, right? In that circumstance, this is almost like an easier case, man. In the Philando Castile case. That's just my opinion, though. You know, in Philando Castile, it's in a car, you know, who knows of the things you have in a car. Like, I understand. I still don't agree with it at all. I want to put it out there. But like here, this to me is just like, you see everything in front of you. You have all the officers around him. You have the backup. You're fucking beating him. So you can resist arrest if the cop beats you. That's not what we're analyzing, right? That's not what we're analyzing. We're questioning the assumption that his movements even represent quote unquote resistance in that sense, as opposed to him reacting to pain or slipping. I think the case needs to be made. I'm not just going to assume that he's actively resisting in that sense. I think that's a case you need to make. I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm just saying it's a case you need to make. But we're also not analyzing his conduct for its legality. So you can resist, right? And remember, anytime people say the word can, could, These are weasel words. Weasel. Weasel. Weasel words. Can, could. Do you mean legally? Can? Legally authorized, right? Legally authorized to? Do you mean it is part of the analysis of self-defense? Do you mean like it's plausible? Do you mean it's logically possible? Right? These are weasel. You always have, whenever people are talking about can, could it be the case? Could he have killed him? Could he have reached for the gun? These are all the weasel words. Your mind should be setting alarm bells when you hear, could he have reached for the gun? I mean, he could have, right? But I've vaccinated you for that now. That when you hear people say, he could have gone for the gun, he could have, that instantly your white blood cells should be going ready for that. Question isn't, is it possible that he could have reached for the gun? The question is, what would a reasonable officer perceive given the circumstances with respect to the threat? What was likely? And what would a reasonable officer think was likely? Yes, in split-second decisions, yes. Taking that into account, of course. But this is what we're called upon to answer. The use of force and, yes, split-second decisions. All right, more political stuff beyond the guns. Go look at the video again. After officer shoved woman to the ground, he charged toward him. And again, I love it. People are redefining. When you say he charged at the officer or the officer charged at the woman, I don't know what you meant. But people are redefining, like, she drove at him, right? And they're using these kind of like these words. I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm not sure who you're referring to there. But they're using these like different words or different phrases. She drove the car at him, where driving the car at something implies an intentionality about it, right? And so they're playing on that equivocation, the ambiguity in language. That's what they're playing with. And they're using our intuitions about drive at, meaning intention, right? Drive at, with at one point in the trajectory, is she driving forward where he is, as opposed to driving at? That might seem like a nitpick, but it's not a nitpick. It's this kind of vague language which hides. And when you say, no, she wasn't driving at him. Wait, what? Are you saying the car didn't move forward? It didn't move forward? But he was forward, right? No, that is the equivocation. The using different meanings, okay? Same thing, charging at, right? Does you mean walking towards or in any way making an approach towards an officer? Or do you mean charging in the sense of with an attempt to run over or running at a high speed or intending to do so? Oh, I was going to go somewhere else too. Hell. Where was I going? Oh my God, I had it. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. Don't worry. It'll come back. It'll come back to me. Copium. It was good too. Damn. I might have lost it. I'm not sure it'll come back. It probably will though. Does the public have a right to self-defense against an unhinged officer right to shoot even if the officer is on active duty? I can give you the answer, the real answer, and the answer that I'll give you. Oh, fuck. I'll give you the practical answer, the legalistic answer. The answer is sometimes yes, but unfortunately, every single like questionable situation, every doubt is going to be held in favor of the officer. And so we really need to be talking about some insane bullshit beyond the normal insane bullshit for us to even be like thinking in those terms. Some states do have a right to self-defense in those cases. Keep in mind also the supremacy of federal law. It's not clear always that the self-defense standards and the laws regarding self-defense against officers that exist sometimes, yes, would apply to federal officers where federal law is supreme. So given the vagueness, given the legal uncertainty, given the fact that I want you to live, I'm going to recommend that you not. In general. It's not legal advice, but I recommend that you, in general, try to get to the courthouse. Try to survive, all right? Your life matters. In terms of response. Thank you, Ben Riley. If that was the case, then by what logic should law enforcement officers do at ranges because they see so many empty holsters? Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to preempt the arguments, okay? I'm just trying to preempt the arguments. That's all I'm trying to do. In terms of response, I want to encourage everybody, and I mean this, I'm not trying to mince words, to adopt peaceful patriotic protests. I know that sometimes feels like, well, what the fuck? But it's not only, I think, the right thing to do. I think it will be the most effective at achieving the aims. I do think that. I honestly think that. And it's not just TOS stuff. If I thought differently, I'm sure I would get the message across. But it's not what I mean. I do think it's the best way to win. Because now the eye is focused clearly on the abuses of ICE, of DHS, Trump. The popularity of ICE is quickly declining. In terms of control of the narrative, in terms of what's happening from the perspective of the public. And I want to be clear where I stand. I stand firmly with the people of Minnesota. That's where my allegiance is in this context. The people of Minnesota have my complete and undivided support. The people of Minnesota. Doing reckless and criminal acts against ICE can give an opportunity to the other side to escalate force, causing more death, to start also changing the narrative in a way that is very useful, right? For them. I would prefer no one dies in these circumstances. I prefer that we don't have these circumstances. I prefer we don't have these jackbooted thugs on our streets. That's my preference. But you have a duty to not let the dead have died in vain. And I think that operating violently, counter to what Tim Walz is saying, to what the mayor is saying, I think has the risk of not fulfilling the goals of the decedents, the brave decedents, the murdered citizens. Renee Good, and oh my God, I just forgot his name. I still not to forget his name. Shit. And Alex Preddy. Patriots standing up against this overreach. And we should honor that by staying peaceful and patriotic. That said, we need to get ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. There is no time for weakness in this party and in this movement. Here, weakness is, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll fund the government and we'll fund all these people. I guess. Weakness is, yeah, let's pass the Laken Riley Act. Weakness is, abolish? I'm not sure. No, be sure. Be sure. The government has a special monopoly on violence. They're supposed to rise to a higher calling. And that's why we honor law enforcement and military people when they do the job right, is because they're putting their life on the line for that higher ideal. It's a sacrifice. ICE is too far gone, in my opinion. Too far gone with respect to the civil rights abuses. Too many bad apples to be reformed. Does that mean you need to sign on to no internal immigration enforcement? No. But understand what the people of the Democratic Party want, what the base wants. We want you to say, abolish ICE. We want you to say, hold the administration accountable. I want to abolish ICE. I want to hold the administration accountable, and I want to see punishment. And I want every Democrat, centrist, progressive, you will be judged on whether you're willing to capitulate to the narratives, the framing, and the weakness of that old way and of Trump himself. State governors should start to assume jurisdiction over these cases. They should have done it with Renee Good. They should try to initiate a murder charge against Agent Ross and against this guy, whoever he is. Fight it in court every single time. Force them to walk their ass into a court and put it in writing. Don't wait for their investigation to end or whatever. Get them in court. Issue subpoena to a federal official or to multiple and fight the viability of that subpoena in court. Hell, New York City did that for Trump's taxes. Cyrus Vance Jr., previous attorney, district attorney before Alvin Bragg, went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they sustained the subpoena to get his taxes. What, we can't subpoena materials from the federal government for our criminal investigation in Minnesota? Your criminal investigation, Tim Walz? Do it. Try it. Try it. Start subpoenaing these motherfuckers. Subpoena Trump himself if you have to the extent that it bears on the investigation. If there's an obstruction case to be made, yeah, why not? Try it. And if you're not trying it, we're going to hold you accountable. National politicians, here's what I say. Not a single vote to fund this government. Not a single vote to fund this government. If they don't come at you with something tangible that addresses the abuse of ICE or the demands of Democrats from the previous fights, not a single vote to fund this government. I am so tired of this bullshit in the Senate. And that goes, by the way, also, we haven't forgotten about you, Jacob Golden, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, Tom Suozzi, all you other House members who voted for this. We haven't forgotten about that either. I don't give a fuck. We need you now. We need you now. We need to be unified. Say what you want to say about the Green New Deal. Say what you want to say about fucking tax cuts, minimum wage. Have fun. Go at it. Not on corruption and not on abuse. Not on civil rights. That's where we need you. So I'll say it and I'll say it again. I don't care if you're Joe Manchin. I don't care if you're Jared Golden. I don't care if you're Marie Gluesenkamp Perez. I don't care if you're Tom fucking Swazi. When it comes to rights, when it comes to curbing the abuses of this administration, lockstep. Fetterman is gone. Mentally, emotionally, he never had it in this job. And demand that every single one of the nominees who is in a contested primary have the ganas, all right? The ganas, the desire. Do you even want to be here, dude? Hey, Fetterman, do you even want to be in the fucking Senate anymore? Yeah, if you want to frame it as Trump's ice, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Yeah, Trump's ice. Abolish Trump's ice. I saw people say that too. That's fine. But just understand where your base is at. And we're not talking just about lefties and we're talking about like just crazy people. No, we're talking about 50-year-old wine moms in suburbia who are disgusted by what they see. We're talking about 37-year-old white ICU nurses. And so I want you to remember how you feel in this moment when it comes to the primaries. And here is the final point. The point of all points, in my opinion. I can't believe that it's taken this long for some people. Not all of you. I know a lot of you are patriots. You've been disgusted since the election, right? So some of you guys, you're like the Meeseeks. It's been around. Existence is pain. It's pain for y'all. Some of you guys have been around for a long time knowing what's going on. But for some people, they're having realizations, or maybe they didn't even keep a close eye on politics for a while. This is existential. This is about what country you want to live in. Given that, I am going to focus 99.999999999% of my time on fighting the actual threat to the country, which is a clear and present danger. And that goes both ways. First, we'll start with our friends, the lefty communist people, socialist people, some of whom I count among my friends. I am going to demand, and everyone should demand of you, to put aside your purity bullshit to the extent that you have it when it comes to the elections this year and the following year and the following year until we are out of the mess. Does that mean you can't criticize? No, obviously not. You can always criticize. I'm not going to even pretend that we'd have the power to monitor that. What I am saying, though, is that we need to be clear-eyed on the danger, the clear and present danger. That is the MAGA elites, that is Trump, that is the ICE Gestapo. And that means voting for if Mills wins, or is it not Mills? Oh my God, Janet Mills, yeah. In Maine, voting for her. If that means in 2028, voting for Gavin Newsom, then that's what the fuck it means. And you better bet that me and other people, the patriots of this country, are going to have that expectation of you. As we did in the previous run, but even more so now. You've seen it. We're witnessing it. It's happening. And to the extent that you are reluctant to say it, you're going to be called out. And I'm going to be there. I'm also going to be there defending voting for Graham Plattner for all the people hemming and hawing if he wins the nomination. I will be there, obviously. I endorsed Mamdani before the primary. I will be defending progressive candidates all across the country who are against MAGA. Now to the others. And this includes other people who, again, are among my friends. I don't have much time for this Red Scare bullshit. I will make common cause with the people who are directed at the aim of stopping the fascist threat, stopping Trump. I'm not going to agree on everything. We'll disagree on stuff. And like I said, I will press to make sure that we're agreed on the fundamentals of the harm reduction and the clear and present danger. No doubt about that. I don't really have time for the communists are lurking everywhere. The tanky problem is endemic. I'm not going to waste my time on that. I'm telling you right now that the conversation I'm going to have with Vanguard tomorrow is going to be, I'm sure, 90% shitting on Trump and ICE. And if you don't like that, you can fuck off. And spend your time hemming and hawing about a problem that isn't even close to reality right now. Doesn't mean I'm not going to demand these people to support the nominee. If it's Pete Buttigieg, if it's Gavin Newsom, if it's Shapiro, whatever. But it does mean I have much less tolerance, much less tolerance for the kind of Red Scare bullshit. The Democrats are not a Marxist-Leninist party. There is no fear, no real fear of a tanky takeover of the Democratic Party. They're center-left. By some estimations, they're quite conservative relative to other center-left parties across the world. We're not in danger of that. And so I'm not going to take that risk seriously. I'm not, because I don't think it's a serious risk. If I thought it was a serious risk, I would treat it more seriously. I don't think it's serious. That's me. That's Josiah. That's any motherfucking politician who wants to have a sit down with Majority Report. Or fuck even Hassan Piker. Am I going to condemn Ro Khanna for going on Hassan Piker to spread his message on his shit? No. No. I'm not. What I will condemn is failure to support the Democratic Party in their elections. And what I will condemn, obviously, on discrete issues is like particular positions. But none of this purity test bullshit, not now. That's my view. Where are we? Let me think. Other stuff to talk about. Oh, I was on Breaking Points yesterday, actually. Thank you so much for the super chats, the follows, all that stuff. I was on Breaking Points yesterday to talk about the FACE Act and to talk about the church situation with Don Lemon. And I want to also arm you guys with that shit. I want to arm you guys with that stuff as well, so that you're aware of it. Let's do that then. Real quick. I might actually just bring up the law so you guys can see if you didn't see that. And I recommend you guys just go like the videos if you like them. It was an interesting conversation. And I like going on Breaking Points. I like talking to Crystal and Kyle. I'm open to do it with other folks as well. Let me just get the link to so you understand what's going on. On this. Arm me with knowledge. Well, I have you. So the long story short for this is it's possible they can make out a criminal violation for some of the people who did this under the FACE Act, but not certain. Okay? For 5 defendants, the magistrate judge has rejected the charging. And charging is a low threshold. Probable cause to charge. So that's pretty remarkable. The DOJ appealed for like mandamus relief from an appellate court to tell the magistrate to do it. and they denied it. But even for the people charged, it's not clear that they're going to be able to win that case. And I want to explain, if you didn't see my segment, what this act entails. But first, let's just take a look real quick at the affidavit, and why you might see something a little weird at the end here. So you'll notice, right, this is 18 USC section 248. And that's one of the charges here, but they're also charging 18 USC section 241. Now, when I did the KKK Act, I examined the civil version of 18 USC 241, which is 42 USC 1985 sub 3 for the First Amendment holding of this case called Carpenters v. Scott. But this is just the criminal analog. So if you watch that analysis applies with respect to 241, because it's just the criminal analog of 42 USC 1985 sub 3. Okay. So the 248 violation is the FACE Act, and the 241 violation is actually something that was charged against Trump, and it's part of the KKK Act. It's called conspiracy against rights. All right. And this includes if two or more persons conspire, right, conspiracy, an agreement to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any one of these places in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of him having exercised the same, or on the highway, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And so Trump was charged with this, obviously guilty when it came to like the right of people to have their votes counted and heard, because he conspired with like other people to deprive individuals of their rights to have their vote and to vote for president and have their vote be counted. Slight thing to note there, that the right to vote for president is initially given to the state electors, right? But if the vote for electors is given in a general vote, it becomes a fundamental right. That's what we learned from Bush v. Gore. It becomes fundamental. Okay. And thank you again for the super chat. Do you think it's time to turn on the temperature? I mean, it is for the Trump administration. So the conspiracy against rights makes it criminal, the agreement related to the violation of one of these rights. Thank you, Dorito. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate you. The conspiracy against rights maps onto federally protected privileges or rights. So that could be a violation of like one of the amendments or something. A big problem though is a lot of the amendments apply as to like the government. Think about the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And to the extent that the right entails some sort of government nexus, you need to show that in the conspiracy. Because, you know, an individual, for example, let's say that a person assaults you because of what you said. That's not and let's say you even like met with someone to do that because you like are about to protest their shop or something. That's not a conspiracy against rights because there's no like government nexus there. You're not violating someone's rights. The right exists as against the government. So just keep that in mind. It's a little nuance that we learned from the 1985 case law that we read, Carpenters. But what they're going to try to do is use the FACE Act as the substantive right under the conspiracy against rights. So they'll probably charge them with a substantive FACE Act violation as well as a conspiracy to use the FACE Act. You get me? So both the actual FACE Act violation and then the conspiracy to do it, which is it seems more broader, right? Conspiracy against rights, and this has been upheld at least in some circuits to be okay. Okay, that's the logic, but it's all kind of turning on the FACE Act violation. So the conspiracy will likely turn. There'll be additional facts they'll have to prove for the conspiracy, right? Some sort of agreement, some sort of meeting of the minds. That'll probably be easy to do, assuming that there's a FACE Act violation, because they probably like text messages and shit. Let's go over here and let's do this, right? So there's that's the kind of top down KKK Act, conspiracy, incorporating FACE, and also FACE by itself. All right. Wait, where are we? 248. So what the FACE Act does, thank you for the thoughts, is it doesn't directly prohibit speech as such. Okay? It targets 3 things with a certain intent as to reproductive health services and religious freedoms. For both of them, you have force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. So those are necessary acts in order to find a substantive FACE Act violation. You need to show force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. And this is going to be shown by some sort of infliction of literal force, right? Or violence. A threat of force, this is analyzed under a true threat, which relates to like kind of putting someone reasonably in fear, intentionally, right? Of some sort of infliction of harm to themselves. And those are unprotected by the First Amendment, right? Force is not ever protected by the First Amendment in that sense, and threat of force is not protected by the First Amendment. And the real more like weird one is this physical obstruction part. And the physical obstruction part is further defined in the statute and has been like elaborated by the case law. So later on, they have the definition section, sub E, and they say physical obstruction means rendering impassable ingress or egress from a facility that provides either religious services or reproductive services, or rendering passage to or from such a facility unreasonably difficult or hazardous. So things to note on the actus reus component of it, the force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. We're not yet to the mental states. This is just the actus reus, the stuff, right? Crimes are usually, except for conspiracy, not just thought crimes. You have to do a thing with an intent usually, right? This has been interpreted to be at times quite trivial. It relates to entrance to or from. So it's still not tailored specifically to the conduct that happens within a place, right? Look at it. It says to or from a place, right? Rendering passage to or from such a facility unreasonably difficult or hazardous. So it's still dealing with the kind of like getting in or out of the place, okay? That said, there are things that you can do entirely within a place that renders unreasonably difficult or hazardous exiting or entering, okay? So don't just assume, well, because they entered and they weren't like stopping people at the door, it's not necessarily physical obstruction. They'll still have to do their work to show physical obstruction of some kind. But there have been cases which stand for the proposition that conduct entirely within a place can count to physical obstruction. Here's an example. You're at an abortion center and you're, making it in, you're not leaving when you're being told, and you're like staying there for prolonged periods such that it's like reasonably anticipate that you can anticipate like police being called and them preventing people from entering into the facility or like maybe leaving the facility, right? If you stay too long, perhaps it was our goal to try to stop people from coming, and that was physically, right? And that it was accomplished through us being here and trespassing for like extended periods of time. Okay. And it's been done by trivial stuff before as well. You're handing a leaflet in the path of the person coming in. So the question is going to be on the physical obstruction part. Like, was their conduct sufficiently tailored towards entrance/exit in an unreasonably difficult manner? And that, I think, is probably a harder argument for the defendants in this case. What might be an easier argument is a dual intent, right? You don't just need to intend to injure, intimidate, or interfere, or attempt to do so. You need to attempt to do so for the purpose of depriving people with the respect to their given rights. So it's referred to as like dual intent, like a dual intent situation. And that, who knows how the courts are going to resolve it. That's why the case against Don Lemon is so much weaker, because of the absence. Really, like, okay, he's there, but is he attempting to injure, intimidate, or interfere with the rights as such? And query whether or not, this is the example I use, I think it's a good one. You have 3 or 4 people come in and say, this priest is having sex with the altar boys. Are you really trying to interfere with their First Amendment rights? Is that part of your intent? And so just keep that in mind when you're analyzing this stuff. People will point to you like trivial things of, yes, praying in front of the door. Well, that meets the physical obstruction part. What's the point of the praying in front of the door? Well, is it to prevent them from doing the reproductive health service? Well, then, yeah, we have a violation. But let's say you were praying at the door because you weren't trying to stop them from having the health service, but you're praying at the door because you're like estranged partners in there and you're praying to God they'll come back to you. Are you really doing the physical obstruction for the purpose of preventing them from obtaining or injuring their right to obtain reproductive health services / religious freedoms? Unclear to me. But that's the one where I'm less sure of. And then the FACE Act would be used to the extent that you can show that to for the conspiracy aspect of it. Did we agree to do this for this purpose? And you can imagine those arguments being raised by either the prosecution or defense in this case. But yeah, that's the deal. What's up with Rob and Ryan? And this is the complaint. I might take a look at it at some point. Any questions on this or the shooting stuff? Hard to not to get blackpilled? Yeah, true. What's your question? Has Connor weighed in yet? Not that I know of. That'll be an interesting conversation, though. And again, we're just going to go over the same... So you're still going with the overall abolish ICE? Yeah, I am. Yep. Well, it depends what you mean by caveats. Like, I have my policy position on it. I wouldn't stop all internal immigration enforcement. I would just abolish the agency known as ICE. So it means exactly what it says. Abolish the agency of ICE. What do you think Walz's response should be? I think Walz should initiate through his Ellison's office a murder prosecution against both whoever shot here, potentially against the other officers to the extent that they can show some kind of coordination or some kind of complicity for other statutes, perhaps, and also for the Renee Good. I don't think that should be forgotten. Maybe mention that the public are told they can't run or panic while officers can lethally fire if they're scared or anything. Double standard is insane. Double standard with the added caveat of not really doing a strong inquiry into the use of force. I would agree with that. Because I basically think that you need to... There is some wiggle room in the sense of like, we don't need our officers to be correct, but we just need them to be reasonable. And the people who are sort of applying a standard of like per se deference on these bullshit. Like anytime you hear a car coming at you, it's per se reasonable. Anytime you are in front of an officer and resisting, it's reasonable or something. Or Rob and Ryan. No, I just saw someone say Rob something. I don't say that we're in the middle of a civil war. As much as I want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on the abuses, I also don't think that we need to talk about things in terms of civil war. You know, metaphoric war for power, no doubt, but yeah, I think we should be peaceful, patriotic. The zero risk officer thing has to stop. Yeah, I agree with that. No doubt about that. People who, I know that they don't say that that's their meme, but I think it's kind of their meme a little bit. And last thing, let's talk a little bit about I've already talked about this before, but seeing I have some of you here, absolute immunity stuff. So understand why JD Vance is saying this, right? And I've said this before. 1 + 1, unless you're this guy. Who's the guy who said 1 + 1 = 3 or something, or 1 = 2? I forget his name. Terrence Howard? So the one here, this is Trump v. US. And 2 is unitary executive theory. That's the 1 + 1 = 2. Trump in the United States gives us absolute immunity for core duties of the president, plus, at bare minimum, presumptive immunity for things that aren't core. But again, what JD Vance is arguing is core, law enforcement core. 1 × 1 = 2. Oh, funny. Thank you for the membership. That's where you get the absolute immunity. It's not AI, absolute immunity. And this tells you, and it's a power analysis of the executive branch. The president's power is all vested in one president, unitary, right? That's a unitary of it with respect to unitary executive theory. And this tells us, right, that like, well, if all the power is in one president and the president's usage of power carries absolute immunity, why don't lower officers get that too? Because they're just borrowing the president's power. And it would seem to be the very thing we're told that can't be done for Congress to like interfere with the powers of the president by regulating the conduct of lower branch officials, given that what they would be regulating is the president's power. And therefore, how can that be? If it can't be made a crime for the president to corruptly order an investigation of any kind, how can it be a crime for the AG to do so if they're just executing the president's power and if the analysis of immunity relates to structural power? That's the kind of internal logic, and it makes sense. Now, you don't have to grant either of these, that Trump versus the United States was rightly decided, or that the unitary executive theory is correct. And I would, in fact, tell you not to accept either of them. I also think that the court, if confronted with this, would say no. But that just has to do with like my perception of the court as a realist. It doesn't have to do with logic or reason. I basically think the court would invent some bullshit pretext to justify not applying their own decision in a logical way that comports with the unitary executive theory that they've been like pushing more and more towards for the last 3 decades. So yeah, that's why JD Vance isn't just like, he's not just citing this for no reason. This is what they believe. This is Project 2025. This is all that shit. This is the billionaires that support JD Vance who hate regulations. And this is JD Vance who said he would have stolen the election from Biden. So yeah, that's the theory. You should DM Rob. He's live right now if you want to talk. His defendants, of course. He's saying that this is completely different from Rittenhouse because he shouldn't be arming yourself to protect your love. Oh, that's a take. If Rob wants to talk to me, he can reach out to me. I don't really, like, there's not a particular interest that I have. Because I know he'll defend it. But if he wants to chat, let me know. Okay, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, Fasaraka. If there are people who have disagreements or questions, you can go into the Discord. Otherwise, I don't really feel like doing my other scheduled content for today. I kind of just like want to talk about this and like related stuff, ICE stuff, DHS stuff, immunity stuff, Trump stuff, like that. So if there are people who want to call in, you can go into the Discord and do that. Feel free to do that. But otherwise, I'm gonna chill with y'all for a little bit. I don't really have a desire to talk about the other shit that I was gonna do. Why are all of these people all of a sudden against practicing Second Amendment right? They have some internal way to justify the stuff here, and they're like, "Oh, it's different." When we said you have a right to open carry, we just meant you have a right to open carry, and then if you don't perfectly act when an officer tells you to do things, you die. That's what their logic is. But of course, thank you so much. Get rid of your Ring cameras. I don't know what that means. Now, of course, I want you to reject this framing of like he was actively resisting and make them prove it. Like, how do you know it's not just him reacting to the pepper spray in his face, to being pistol whipped, to him moving because he's like being beaten like Rodney King? Okay, we have Test. What up, Test?
Hey.
How you doing?
More or less fine. I had a huge migraine, but it's more or less fine now.
Good to hear.
There
How's
are
Europe?
two things. Better than United States, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Except for Ukraine.
But like, my family still lives in Minnesota, so
Oh, damn.
rough.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. How they doing?
So there were two things I wanted to mention. First, very quick thing about the word war debate. I was a bit confused about the interpretation of jurisdiction by Ryan.
Yeah,
and
you and me both.
Okay. When he mentioned the Native Americans,
Yep.
Who were, according to
Excluded.
him, not subject to the jurisdiction because
Both,
they didn't
according
have
to both of
allegiance.
us. According to both of us, they're accepted by that phrase, but for a different reason. But yes, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. Like, as far as I know, Native Americans couldn't be charged if they murdered other Native Americans because of the special rules United States prepared for trial by their peers, right?
Yeah. It's weird. The subject of the jurisdiction proviso references power and authority. And the odd situation is that Native Americans sometimes are subject to the authority, sometimes, but usually they're not, right? Usually they're not. That's the thought process of it, that usually they occupy a distinct sovereign, a unique set of rules apply to them. Think about like the casinos, right? They're not subject to the normal laws and authorities of that normal other people do, right? Who are in the United States. And so you just pointed out to one of those. Now, that doesn't mean that there could be some cases in which someone who is an American Indian would face some sort of punishment from the state. But it's equally true of like ambassadors and of conquering armies, invaders could as well too. So there's always exceptions for people who are not subject to the jurisdiction to be subject to the power in some respect during some circumstances. But in the ordinary course, they're not subject to the rules and authority of the United States in the way that others are in the power, right? They're their own sovereign, and that's what's different. It's the exception that proves the rule.
Yeah, like the way I thought about it was if you commit a murder across state lines, for example, you stand in Nevada and try to shoot someone in California, there's some jurisdiction issue, and I think in this case California has the right to investigate because the victim is
so I dropped out of choice of laws class, and so at this point I'm not sure. I think both might have a I'm actually not sure.
Claim, but
yeah, I'm
not
sure.
Yeah. But I think the investigation can be started in California because they are the first ones to basically find the victim and so on.
And basically, however, what you're suggesting is the jurisdiction with respect to themselves isn't within their lands. That isn't something that the United States would assume.
Sorry, repeat that.
So your point is that the American Indians wouldn't actually be subject to the laws of the United States as to crimes against each other in their lands.
Exactly. Like only when they commit crimes against U.S. citizens, they become subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Otherwise they are excluded, and I think there's like case law because some people, some tribe members killed each other, and basically the United States said, okay, we won't claim jurisdiction upon that case because they should handle it on their own. So
so you're right about that, and Ryan knows that our reading of jurisdiction, both of them will allow for American Indians not to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and so he's playing fast and loose. But yeah, I mean I agree with what you're saying. There's other case law as well on other issues that shows the point. It's a weird kind of sovereignty situation that wasn't present in the English common law, but it makes sense given the principles of the English common law regarding allegiance, not in the sense of political allegiance that way Ryan is saying, but allegiance in the sense of being a subject of the authority of the government or the king in the case of England. The American Indians are not subject in that way, the way others are who are in the United States.
Okay. Just in this context, I thought about the jurisdiction regarding the ICC. Like, as far as I know, the United States is not subject to the jurisdiction. And what's weird about that to me is if the United States committed a crime in another country, like, for example, in Venezuela and Iran, basically there's a huge jurisdiction issue, right? But just in the case where you shoot somebody across state lines, both parties have a claim for jurisdiction. So
it's unlike a situation in which a state is purely in one place. It's where there's like there's potentially like dual places in which a person committed the libel act or something.
Like, can you give an example?
I'm sorry, you're trying to differentiate a situation in which a country does something wholly within the borders of another country versus shooting across the border, right? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But basically, you still have the claims for jurisdiction. Like, what I am trying to get to is basically, wouldn't we basically be able to ship Trump to Venezuela for him to be tried over there?
Under what? Under U.S. law? Under what?
Well, generally talking, because
like
he
could
committed,
we, as in like,
for example,
could we just arrest him and throw him? I mean, yeah, we could. If by could you mean we have the physical capacity to? But if you mean according to the law, then you need to be clear about what body of law you're referencing.
well, I think this would be a U.S. law issue.
Yeah, I don't think we have an extradition treaty with Venezuela, so he would need to be extradited, I think.
Let's say we want to restore a good relationship with Venezuela, and one of the conditions Venezuela says or proposes is that they want to try Trump for his crimes.
Yeah,
would it be okay for us to basically, in exchange for a good relationship with Venezuela, extradite Trump?
We could try, but my guess is the Supreme Court will say he's absolutely immune, and therefore there's no basis in U.S. law from a constitutional perspective to extradite him because U.S. law trumps whatever treaty you have. You can't sign a treaty that's in violation of the Constitution, and the Constitution gives him absolute immunity. So my guess is that you could try to do that treaty, and my guess is that former President Trump would go to court and ask the court for habeas relief, and the court, as currently constituted, would say this is not a valid treaty under the U.S. Constitution.
Ah, shit. Okay. For the second thing,
application of that treaty towards Trump's conduct. Not that the treaty is invalid, but that as applied, you can't extradite him for this.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
I'm just predicting it. I have no clue. And by the way, like, these kinds of laws aren't my forte. That's just my intuition and what I kind of know about the process of. We looked into the extradition process a little bit for this TikTok fugitive guy. But in general, it's actually, I think there's something of an open question about whether or not the treaties can conflict with the Constitution. My guess is the Supreme Court will say no, that treaties can't conflict with the Constitution. And my guess is that you can't extradite for conduct which cannot be cognized under U.S. law as criminal. But maybe there's something, maybe there's a way that could be allowed. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But what you're saying, like, subject to Venezuela law, could it be? Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess I'm just doing a head check of like the. You might have a point. Maybe under Venezuela law, you're that's the only thing you look to. But my guess is the Supreme Court would step in and be like, no, you can't extradite for things that are protected under U.S. Constitution. That's my guess. But that's just like a heat check of the political nature of the court. But I'm not sure the legal answer.
But like, there are cases of espionage within the United States where this kind of worked. I think just the
for a former president, though.
No, not for the former president. Like, I think if we talked about Snowden or on that level, there would be.
Yeah, but Snowden absconded. He wasn't extradited, and Snowden.
Yeah, but I mean, there could be treaties that would violate his constitutional rights, which I think this Supreme Court would approve of.
Oh, I'm not sure. Like, which ones?
Like,
well, like, can you imagine a treaty that would
cruel
violate
and unusual punishment, for example?
But how would that be? You would make a treaty to, like, torture? Let's say that you made a treaty to torture. I guess I'm not following you. Sorry.
Like, if there was a treaty for him to be extradited back to the United States under the condition that, for example, he, I don't know, he had to be sent to Guantanamo Bay, for example, where torture happens.
Make it more clear that it's you have to make it more clear that it's a constitutional violation, because so let's just say that it's the conditionality of torture. Yeah, maybe the court would step. You don't think the court would step in there?
I don't think so. No, not this court.
You don't think that if, like, the court, that if, like, let's say Obama, let's say Trump is charged with a crime and he absconds to some place where they hate him, like, we'll only give you back to the USA if you promise to torture Trump. Like, okay, we promise to torture Trump, and then we try to initiate the extradition or something, or in, like, court, and, like, Trump's, like, whatever legal representative in absentia will say, hey, you can't do this, and I need an order telling the administration to stop doing this process. You don't think the court would say, yeah, you can't do this. This is clearly anticipating a constitutional violation? I think they probably would. Honestly, this is a good question, and a lot of it's unexplored, I think, because of the supremacy clause says that the U.S. Constitution and all laws made pursuant to it and all treaties, it's like not clear whether the treaties are the supreme law of the land or the Constitution is like above treaties. So I'm not sure is the answer to that. I'm not sure. I have a hard time thinking that they would accept it, though. That's just my intuition.
Like, you could make a national security thing out of it and put the constitutional protection of one person below the security of the entire nation.
I'm not sure how SCOTUS would react to that. It's a good question, though.
Like, now the scary part, which I actually wanted to talk with you about. Okay. I will make some enemies. I think.
Okay.
I'm a bit hutch-pilled on that. I don't think that a government shutdown is like the best idea right now. I think the Democrats missed too many exits on, or too many options on possible government shutdowns that would be more justified or politically advantageous. Yeah.
So you think a shutdown right now is a bad idea? That's not Hutch's position, though. Hutch is in favor of a shutdown, but just for a few months.
He's in favor of a shutdown, but not indefinitely until, for example, ICE is defunded.
Abolished. Yeah, no, that's not my position. Yeah, but that's not my position. But I want to be clear. So you are in favor of a shutdown?
For specific cases, yes. For 80-20 issues in specific.
No, but like right now, would you be in favor of no votes for?
If there is an 80-20 issue that directly affects the voters, for example, with healthcare, that was basically an 80-20 issue. I had a good example.
So right now, would you be in favor of the Democrats voting to fund the government without movement on the Affordable Care Act subsidies or on ICE funding?
It heavily depends, because what I'm scared of is that, for example, when the Democrats gain power next time, for example, want to write Roe v. Wade into law and constitutionally protected, that then there is the same hostage situation from the Republican side.
They're always going to do that. Don't think that like our conduct is the last thing that's holding back Republicans. I don't know what movie you've been watching. Like, they will act like total fiends. The reason they haven't gotten rid of the filibuster is because the senators, like, it doesn't suit them, because it'll frankly, they like the do nothing Republican Senate like the filibuster. But putting that aside, like, nothing we do is going to change that these are depraved maniacs in Congress. That shouldn't be part of your goal, is to
I agree.
appease them or something.
I agree. I'm just scared of basically retaliation in some sense, that there is the Democrats can't make any progress the next time they get into power.
I'm telling you, that's overdetermined. They're going to vote no on everything that we want.
Oh, that's a good case, yeah. But have you ever played League of Legends?
I play Dota.
Okay. So in League of Legends, there's a champion called Ashe, and her auto attacks are slow.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the Democrats should have used the government shutdown as some sort of Ashe slow, like kite from the enemy. So basically, whenever there is a possibility, like every month, they should force a government shutdown on an 80-20 issue, and or an issue that is indefensible for Republicans. And basically keep that
if
momentum.
You were in the Senate, would you vote for a shutdown? Would you not vote for the CR or any kind of set of bills to fund the government right now, absent some significant concession on one of these issues, which as of now has not been given?
Yeah, I definitely would.
Okay. So I don't know why you disagree with me. I think that we're agreed on that.
Like, I remember the Lib and Learn episode in which the issue came up, like how long the shutdown should last, and I don't think you should.
Okay, so now you're just talking about
Make
indefinite
the voters
shutdowns.
suffer. Yeah, like for me, especially, like I've got the German perspective, and we basically have our parliamentary system that has. It's hard to explain, but every single party wants to get their shit done, right? And
Yeah.
every party wants to not hurt the voters. So in the end, everyone kind of gets into the center on what is discussed, so that basically stuff doesn't affect the voters, right?
Okay.
You don't have these protections that there are multiple parties, all of them have their own interest. You just have two, and one of them is in power. So it's, for me, it's difficult to explain this, but everything that damages or that hurts the voter is a trade-off you only should take if there is an issue that is existential to the well-being of the voter. And I don't think
that I mean, that can't be right. They all need to be balanced against each other, right? Like anything that hurts needs to you need to justify with an existential reason. I don't think that's the case. I like unless there's an existential threat by the action that you're contemplating. But I don't think there's an existential threat to the government shutdown that's indefinite.
But aren't people about to lose like subsidies and so on?
Yes, they will. They'll be hurt significantly.
So, like my case is only if the conduct that the government shutdown tries to prevent is worse than all of these risks that come up with the government shutdown. Only then is
and I've assessed that it is. I've explained why, and I can do it again if you want.
Yeah, can you make it specific with the ICE funding?
There are specific reasons why Democrats should not commit themselves either internally or externally to a specific time bound on their willingness to negotiate, and in other words, be willing to accept an indefinite shutdown. The first reason has to do with basic negotiation and setting an internal precedent of the party with respect to their negotiating counterpart. That is, that they are serious about their demands and that they will not buckle unless the other side is willing to actually give something in a negotiation, as Biden did to the other side and has been the precedent. So the first benefit to not committing either internally or externally to a particular time bound on the shutdown vote is a commitment to, in my opinion, good negotiation strategy. Number two, even in the case in which Republicans are unwilling to budge and unwilling to get rid of the filibuster, which they could, right? Republicans could, if they wanted to, get rid of the filibuster and pass it anyway. They have majorities in both houses. But in the case that they're unwilling to do so, and the shutdown just persists, the cost will be significant to the American people. But overall, we're in a better situation than absent that situation because of the political benefit to the Democrats, in other words, because they will blame Trump, and it will be Trump's fault because Trump has the power to stop it. Trump has both houses of Congress, and Trump has every expectation to, in order to earn Democratic votes, earn them, to negotiate seriously with them. And so the American people will rightfully blame, not just wrongfully blame, rightfully blame Trump for the shutdown. And the political benefit of that will help stave off the threat of fascism. Will people suffer? No doubt. But that is preferable to the alternative. The alternative is having a Democratic Party with no bottom line, with no negotiation credibility whatsoever, and with basically an inability to use the only leverage they have, in a situation in which Republicans will bear all the blame and where they actually Republicans do have the power to stop the shutdown. And on those facts, I think it's so clear to me that we can't fund this government without actual good faith and negotiation. That's my position. And yeah, everyone would have a bottom line. You would too, right? Like if the government said, hey, Trump said, you know what, we'll fund the government, but in order to fund the government, we want to get rid of all Social Security, or we want to raise the retirement age 8 years. Would you say, yeah, give in after 2 months? That's a yes or no question.
It's tough.
You would consider raising the retirement age 8 years for Social Security as a hostage situation to reopen the government.
Like if I'm a Democrat and I can vote on whether we get Social Security, but the retirement age is raised 8 years, right?
Yeah, it's raised 8 years. It's like, okay, same funding, you get nothing, but we're also raising the retirement age 8 years. After 2 months,
same funding.
The shutdown persists for 2 months, and Democrats, you know what? Should we cave? Would you be like, yeah?
It sounds rough, and let me explain why, but I think Democrats should cave in that moment.
That's wild.
Now to the explanation. Do you remember the border bill that was struck down?
The Obama bill?
Like the... No. The
border bill?
Title 42 expired 1 year later, yeah, the border bill that was struck down. It's a political issue, and like the retirement age can be lowered again if Democrats gain power. And just like the Republicans used an issue to basically fuck the Democrats over and over again, like they said, you didn't close the border, but they blocked the bill, right? You can say basically the same thing in reverse. You fucked your own voters.
But the Republicans just won't give. In the next negotiation, when Democrats take power, they just won't give. Because they know that we will just give in. So why would they ever raise it back? Because the Democrats have shown
you can get rid of the filibuster.
So could they have, right? And okay, you say in our situation actually do it. Okay, fine, but like suppose that the Democrats don't have the House, 49. In other words, what I'm trying to say, everyone has a bottom line. If you even say, okay, it doesn't matter, even then I would say cave, because in the future, in some unspecified future where we win both chambers, it might be the case that we're able to get through deletion of the filibuster to raise, to lower the retirement age. And until we do that in that indefinite future, our pensioners will just have to like not get Social Security and continue working. And that's what we go back to the voters with. If that's your solution, like why is that preferable in that situation, right? I'm just trying to stop. But even if you say, okay, it still is preferable, I'm just going to raise the cost and be like, all right, what about get rid of all of Medicaid? Would you give it there? And then I'm thinking you're going to say no, right?
Yeah.
So everyone has a bottom line, in other words. So all that Hutch is trying to do with that whole thing is to basically be like, you're not the one suffering. You're not the one paying the cost. And so what do you know about it? But that's just a non sequitur. Everyone has a line, and everyone's line right now should be like outrage at the administration and trying to restore the norm that was to get Democratic votes. You actually need to negotiate with us. And we're not going to, that's not absurd. That's not unreasonable. And yeah, I expect that for Democrats to establish that line.
I get that. But like, the Republican Party basically shoots itself in the body, like in the foot, each time they propose a bill. Like the big, beautiful bill was a huge failure for their own voter base, right?
That's not what the fuck we're talking about. We're talking about the preference matrix here. We're talking about what is more preferable given two situations. So you need to explain in virtue of what you're about to say regarding the big, beautiful bill, why in virtue of that, suddenly we have like a better reason now to consider as between an indefinite shutdown and one after a couple months, why that would have any relevance on that. So you need to explain that.
I think
we're examining two
my
scenarios.
argument,
a scenario in which it's an indefinite one and a non-indefinite one.
Yeah. And the indefinite one has the problem that it basically fucks the economy. Like the Republicans don't care about whether the economy goes to shit or not. They basically are just there to give their billionaires and trillionaires tax cuts, right? That's the only reason they want to try to be part of the government. The Democrats, however, have a way wider base to care about, even though
but I don't understand. Yes, I agree that Democrats are more committed to the benefit of the American people, but it's my contention that sticking to their guns is what's in the benefit of the American people. That's what we're arguing about. So you repeating, yes, Republicans don't care about it. My argument is that Democrats standing strong on negotiation is what's in the best interest of the American people.
Even if it fucks the economy?
Even if the result is that the economy takes a downward turn, yes. And the reason for that is because of the fact that Trump will be blamed for it. And we cannot start saving this country until and unless Trump is out of power, one, or the real cost of Trump, which Trump has changed policy in response to the stock market, on tariffs, on many other things. And the pressure will be on him to coerce the Republicans either to get rid of the filibuster or to actually negotiate with Democrats. And so we're assuming that Trump would be recalcitrant, but to the extent that there's any pressure, it will be blamed on Trump, and we should benefit from that political situation, or else Trump should negotiate, or else they should get rid of the filibuster. And I don't understand why it's preferable to cave on everything to give Trump an easier time. And yes, the American people will be hurt. They're being hurt by Trump's administration right now. And I think that they'll be more hurt if Democrats are weak and allow themselves to be kicked around. It'll just open the floodgates. And they know anytime that you want to defund shit, anytime you want to fuck with the American people, you just need to wait them out. That's all you got to do. That's a horrible precedent to set.
I get that. And as I said, there are circumstances in which I would agree with an indefinite government shutdown. Can I first give you these circumstances for you to understand my position better? If the Democrats decided to, as soon as possible, shut down the government when Trump came into office, and ask for him to get rid of his meme coin, that is an indefensible position for Republicans to take, to allow Trump to hold that meme coin. It allows for corruption, and basically this is one of the circumstances in which I would approve of an indefinite shutdown, just because it's, as I said, an indefensible position. However, for example, with ICE, I think the approval rating for abolishing ICE just hit 50%. Like, this is not an issue that is decided among the voter base. Right?
I'm not saying wait till we have an abolish ICE bill. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you need some real negotiations. Let me give you an example, because I like where your mind is at. Let's say that as a condition for funding the government, the Trump administration and the Republicans are making it contingent on renaming Washington, D.C. Trump, D.C. Vote yes or no.
That would not be, like, I would fund the government in this case.
You would fund the government, which is what they're saying. Okay, they are trying to change the name of the country to the Trump United States of America, brought to you by Trump.
Yeah, I would shut down the government for 1 month,
and then let them and be like, okay, fine, we'll name the whole country Trumpistan.
No, I then would find the next issue to again shut the government down over, and basically, just like in the example I gave you with the ADC that is kiting away from, for example, a tank that is attacking the ADC, you basically have to make the auto attack, slow the enemy, and then run. Basically, keep the momentum up. Like when the
we just. So what is a better way to demoralize our voters to let and agree with Trump on like ridiculously renaming the country? What a perfect way to demoralize everyone and to bring our country further into autocracy by being weak as fuck. You need to wake the fuck up, dude. You need to wake up. They don't respect weakness. You will get nowhere with weakness. I advocate peacefulness. I advocate patrioticness, but I do not advocate for us to be little cuck bitches that just accept these depravities by the administration on a theory of, well, we have to take care of the people. When someone think of the children, they are in charge of the government. It's their responsibility to think of the children. We will, in mutual aid and through our state governments, we will do what we can to make sure no one is starving to death. Will there be pain? No doubt. But we can't be cuck little bitches. I can't believe you just said you would let them change the name of the country after 2 months for SNAP benefits.
Wait, like, as I said, if it was an 80-20 issue that 80% of the voters disagreed with it, I would definitely, indefinitely, for the time needed for them to cave, I would shut the government down. If it is an 80-20 issue, if it isn't, it's too big of a risk to face negative consequences. Let's make it 75-25.
You guys are so risk averse, man. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane when the evidence is clear that they're blaming Trump for the shutdown. And you're like, oh, well, but maybe if things get worse, now they'll blame Democrats. What? Why?
First of all, as Hutch said, there will be a point in which everyone says, please just let it end. Oh, so basically both sides are taking each other hostage. And
yeah, this is the delusion. It's delusional. Like, where is the evidence that would happen?
Let me ask you something. Did the approval rating for Democrats increase after the government shutdown? Or during?
I'm not sure. It's been decreasing because Democrats are pissed at them. That's why it's decreasing.
Yeah, but like during the government shutdown, you would assume that it increased, right?
No,
because the
it's all relative because the Democrats fucking hate each other and they hate the leadership and they're not happy. That's why the Democratic approval rating is so low, is because the Democratic Party brand is shit. But that's not what you look at. You don't assume that they will increase. You assume Trump will go down. That's the important number, is his approval rating.
No, it isn't, because like you make the case that Democrats want, like the Democratic voter base wants Democrats to fight back. So when they fight back, you would obviously see an increase in the approval rating, but the approval rating basically stayed flat. So
yeah, no,
of course the voter base, or the general voter base, like Republicans,
they're not
Democrats,
convinced
and
yet. They're not convinced yet. I don't know if you're saying, well, of course they would all of a sudden during the shutdown swell in support for generic Democratic Party after they've just been like dealt a losing hand and are super down after losing an election. I'm not sure what that intuition is. That's not the right number to look at. The right number to look at is Trump's approval rating.
But the government shutdown was half a year in after Trump took office, right? Are they so down that half a year after Trump took office, they still don't?
Yes, they think that their Democratic leaders are. They think their Democratic leaders are cuck bitches, and you're like, well,
but they weren't when they fought back, right?
In some respects, they were starting to fight, but again, you're seeing that's not the important number. Those people are going to vote for Democrats. All right, that's not the important number. We already have those voters, the pissed off voters who are pissed at their party leadership, which hasn't changed during the shutdown and which couldn't be trusted during the shutdown and was being weak even during the shutdown. And I don't know, we'll see what goes. And then ultimately they were right, because guess what? They gave up. They did give up. So my position is, don't look at that number, because the people who are pissed and down on the Democratic Party from within the Democratic Party, they're still voting for Democrats. The number to look at is Trump's approval rating.
Yeah. I'd agree it went down, but mostly because of the economic situation, not because of the shutdown. The voters saw that everything Trump said in his speeches during his election campaign were lies, like inflation went up and so on, unemployment rose, all of these things. Like,
you're saying the shutdown had no effect independent of itself and would not have had an effect? Would like services and all these flights shut down and all this stuff goes like, you're saying you have no reason to believe that Trump's approval rating would go down?
I'm saying that we don't have a reasonable belief that the shutdown is specifically caused it. Like, you said that, like, I'm repeating myself, but in my mind, there is this voter base that consists out of Democrats and Republicans and independents, right? All of them are asked whether they approve of the Democratic Party or not. And with all of these stats, they calculate the overall approval rating. When the overall approval rating stayed flat...
Doesn't change. What are you going to do? It doesn't fucking matter. That's not the number that matters. Why do you keep going to Democratic approval rating from the brand? The Democrats hate the Democratic brand right now. I don't know why you keep going to that number. Why?
No, everyone hates the Democratic
okay, so you're like the
brand.
shutdown. So it's your position that there's no reason to believe the shutdown had any effect on Trump's approval rating.
I'm saying that we don't know.
Okay, and you don't think that it would, given more problems, not paying military people, not after a certain amount of time, not the air traffic shutdowns and that stuff. You're saying you're agnostic as to whether that would cause people to blame Trump, even though when you asked in the polls who do you blame for the shutdown, it was Republicans. You don't think you're agnostic as to whether that would have a material effect on his approval rating. You're agnostic. Is that your position?
I'm agnostic as to how in the future this trend would have evolved.
And you have no intuition as between it hurting Democrats more, relatively speaking, than Republicans.
It didn't benefit Democrats, right?
I don't know how many times I have to fucking say this. This is a zero-sum game. You understand that? There's a winner of an election and a loser in an election, and it's zero-sum. Do you understand what that means by zero-sum? Okay.
Yeah.
So someone's loss is our gain. If there's a good reason to believe Trump will lose standing, that's Democrat gain, regardless of whether or not Democrats are particularly happy with their party right now because of cuck shit like we just saw with respect to the very shutdown that you had after they had cucked out in the previous almost shutdown fight. So the loss of Trump, to the extent that there was a loss or there was likely to be a loss, is a win for Democrats because it's zero sum. Loss is gain, in other words. Trump's loss is Democrats' gain.
You have to keep in mind that there is a huge, independent, in quotation marks, party, the Independent Party, and
not a party. It's just not aligned with a party.
Yeah. But if you think about it as a party, there are independents that don't vote because they feel like both sides have betrayed them, and this is the worst thing that can happen. That's why I'm looking at approval rating, because if there are more people who are mad at the Democrats as well as the Republicans, the biggest fear I have is that they stay away from voting because they don't feel like the Democrats are fighting for them, but just trying to hurt the Republicans. That's one thing you have to keep in mind.
So you think it will depress independent votes to have a prolonged shutdown? Why?
As I said, you don't agree with my argument.
In virtue of what, do you have a reasonable belief that a prolonged shutdown will depress turnout of independents? What gives you that intuition?
The approval rating.
What approval rating? For the Democrats?
Yeah.
Why would that have a tendency to depress independent turnout?
Because as I said, if the independents who are crucial to the election would approve of the Democrats fighting back, you would see an increase in approval rating for the Democrats because they also take part in
How does that affect their tendency? How does that affect their tendency to come out? You said it would. You have a reason to believe it would depress their turnout.
If they don't approve of anyone, who should they vote for?
The lesser of two evils. As Democrat approval is like 22, 23%. It's something insanely low. Yet, notwithstanding that, they cleaned house in the elections that happened during the shutdown. And it wasn't like, oh, who do we vote for? We disapprove of both. No, you vote for the lesser of two evils. Agreed?
Yeah,
it wasn't
course.
like there was a 23% showing up. It's because that number reflects deep dissatisfaction of the weakness of leadership in the Democratic Party and the brand. Democrats are turning against their own party in that sense. And the solution, I think, I don't know if you think this, like the solution is not to be more weak.
What do you think the Democratic Party stands for in this moment?
Opposition to Trump, healthcare, more equality. I don't know. How is that relevant to what I just said? Did you hear me?
Yeah, because I think that most people don't know what the Democratic Party actually stands for. And
what the fuck does that have to do with what I just said? What did I just say? Can you repeat it?
You said that basically people choose who they vote for based on opposition to the status quo if they are unhappy.
Yeah, but also that the weakness of the party is one of the reasons why Democrats are sick of their party. And the solution to the perception of weakness among Democrats of their own party isn't to be more weak.
Yeah,
it's to be stronger. If you want to improve over a long period of time, to be more based, replace leadership, clean house. That's what we need to do. The Democratic leadership hasn't changed. People are still upset with it. They think that their leaders aren't doing enough. If you poll them, that's what they say. So yeah, I mean, the shutdown is another great example of Democrats pointing to their base, rank and file, saying, wow, they're weak. And because in the interim, you're representing that there wasn't a bump in the Democratic internal numbers, I don't have no reason to think that would change our prior as to, relatively speaking, who's going to lose more, Republicans or Democrats, when Republicans have unified control of government. I thought I took that as an assumption, but apparently not. Apparently, you think that it's plausible that either it'll depress independent vote based on Democratic approval numbers. Don't know why that's true. Is there a trend of that happening in any of these midterm elections where you're seeing massive independent swings to Democrats and independents actually going to vote? Like, where is the evidence of low Democrat approval depressing turnout for independents, especially given the fact that we just saw the 2025 elections be massive wins for Democrats?
Yeah, but you don't know if it's because of the Democratic brand, or just the opposition to Trump, right? And after
it's the same thing.
The 2028
it's the same
election
thing.
Is
it's one thing. It's zero sum. It's zero sum. It's who you vote for. It's what you do in the box. It's one.
Yeah, but like there is a time in which Democrats can't just get elected on I'm the opposition to Trump. And
yeah, maybe sometime in the future, yeah, they need to stand on other kinds of business. I'm just saying right now, there's not an indication to me that there's like some political danger to prolonging the shutdown for Democrats. The danger, all the evidence seems to point, is for the power and party, the party in power, the party who has the ability to end the shutdown unilaterally by themselves, and the party who was actually being blamed for the shutdown in polls. That's where the danger is. You'd agree it's way more likely that the Republicans are blaming the Democrats. You would at least agree with that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For a specific time period. Yeah.
Why does that change? Why does that intuition change? Is there any reason to think it would change?
Yeah, because in the end, like, people who rely on the economic situation to be good, they will just say, fuck, I just wanted the shutdown to be gone.
And then not vote?
No, but they will be mad at both sides. Like,
why would they not be mad at Republicans who control the government.
Because they can equally be mad at Democrats.
Why? Because they have some profound knowledge of the fucking filibuster rule in the Senate? Because of course the American people would be like, oh, I know that for these kinds of bills they need 60 votes. And no. Do you really think that they're going to do that? They're going to blame them equally? What's the basis to believe that?
It's not about they blame them equally, but it's like both bad, right?
If both negative, what matters is the difference. It's the relative. It's zero sum. It's who gets hurt more, not do they both get hurt.
Yeah, I guess we had to see how the government shutdown would have continued when we consider the approval rating. But I can't imagine a world in which the
Republicans get blamed more. You can imagine that world. That's an easy world to imagine.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
That's not what I wanted to say. I can't imagine a world in which like the approval of Democrats to fight back increases, because we didn't see that.
I mean, not in the short term. You still have losers in charge of leadership, and people are still kind of dour and angry and want more resistance, and they don't feel that there's enough resistance, and so it's down. But you're going to extrapolate because Democratic approval, is staying middling. Therefore, there's a risk that there'll be like blamed for a prolonged shutdown. Why?
I don't know how to explain this. Like, if your assumption is true that people want the Democrats to fight back, the moment they fight back, the approval rating should increase. Like 1 to 2 weeks in, the approval rating should increase, because it looks like the Democrats fight back over a longer period of time than just a week, right?
I mean, I assume over the long term, if there's more fighting and action being done, it will increase. But I don't have the intuition that it will increase in the time intervals that you're talking about internally, especially when leadership stays the same and leadership is kind of middling and whatever about it. And in general, people are just kind of disgusted by Schumer and at times Jeffries. So that's kind of like, it's a little bit baked in, like they're never going to be super popular figures again. And the Democratic Party in general has taken a huge brand hit from their own party. And I'm not sure if that can be recovered in the course of a shutdown like that in that time. But again, it's a zero-sum game.
But how long would a shutdown have to last for you to...
I'm not sure that it would ever recover under current leadership, but that's not the metric.
But like the issue I have is you say or you claim that people want the Democrats to fight back, and I, to some point, see what you're trying to tell me. But on the other hand, you say even if they fight back, we don't see anything changing within the approval rating, and this is contradictory to me.
It's not. You agree it's not a logical contradiction, correct?
I have to say it like that.
There's no contradiction. So here's an explanation for it. It could be that they want the Democrats to fight back more, but they won't approve of the Democratic Party until they A, change leadership, and B, over a longer time, earn the trust of their party back.
Okay.
But if you ask them, but if you ask the Democratic Party, do you want the shutdown to, Democrats to stand tall? They'll say yes, and they did say yes.
I think you assume that people are way too informed. Like, I don't think that that people are that informed about.
I'm assuming that they're informed. Your entire narrative presupposes that they would blame Democrats because of their knowledge of the procedural morass of the filibuster. But I'm the one presupposing too much knowledge when it comes to the Democrats, even though I'm just pointing to the polling that suggests that Democrats were disgusted when we caved. Practically to and just if this is anything to go on, like every commentator as well.
Yeah, but like you are talking about the people that are engaged, right? You're talking basically whoever you are talking to, these people know what's going on. They know what the cost is, and they imagine that people had the chance to inform themselves and still voted for Trump. So there is a huge group of people that don't inform themselves.
Yeah, and are gonna blame the person in charge, the president, just like they blame Biden for inflation, just like they blame Biden for the immigration trends, which weren't his fault. They didn't say, "Oh, well, it's because of COVID and the supply chain, and it was overdetermined." No.
Yeah, they look at the status quo and they see it's bad, and they blame the incumbent government, right? Or the government in power.
Yeah.
But you don't know that, especially the shutdown caused everything to be bad, because there could be other things, like, for example, an invasion of Greenland, that could make everything way worse, right?
I don't know what that has to do with the shutdown fight. Can make his
Like,
proliferating worse.
if something is going on at the same time as the government shutdown, which causes an economic collapse, for example,
Okay.
then you wouldn't know if the approval of the shutdown or the disapproval of the shutdown, or however you want to frame it, caused this.
There are ways to try to approximate that, like, I don't know, some kind of regression shit or some kind of asking people what issues matter to them or whatever, but it could warp some of the causality. I don't know. Why does that matter? Yes, there are things that could happen which would make it more unclear what is causing what.
Like, it's hard to me to explain this. Like, the main issue I struggle with is what I already laid out. If you want the party to fight back, and they fight back.
Give the risk in one sentence. I'm losing my patience. What is the risk?
In the government shutdown?
Prolonged government shutdown. What is the risk?
That the result Democrats want to achieve with the government shutdown is not worth the cost that other people suffer. Like,
no, yeah. What is the risk there? What's the negative? So we're citing the political benefit. You would agree if the political benefit calculation were true, we would be right, correct?
Sorry, what?
You agree, don't you, that if we were correct, that Trump would be blamed more, that either he would then either negotiate / end the filibuster, or the Democrats would win, relatively speaking, in terms of the fight, in terms of the blame. And if that were the case, if we were correct about that, then the correct course would be not to vote for the Republican bills, right?
Like my problem with
if we were correct about our approximation about the political blame / incentivizing Trump to either end the filibuster / end or negotiate, if that were a correct estimation, would you support our position, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so the only question that we should ask is, are we likely correct in the case of a prolonged shutdown regarding its likely political effects? And so now I want to know, in virtue of what is that less clear than I'm saying? And to summarize, my position is the more hurt that would happen as a result of the shutdown, that, yes, with some diminishing returns, but this would be blamed on Trump, and Democrats would relatively be better off. So what about your case? What are you saying that makes that situation unlikely or significantly less likely than what I'm suggesting?
My case is that the results that ought to be gained from the Democrats by causing the shutdown might be not relevant to the voter in case that, like, for example, if the Democrats wanted to shut the government down over renaming apples to Bapples, your claim is that Trump could simply refuse to end the government shutdown by giving Democrats that point, right? And your claim is that basically, as long as the government shutdown lasts, Trump will lose more approval than. But then, why shouldn't we just shut the government down for the entire time the Trump is in power?
Well, I think that there's no, because sometimes when you're able to get to a good deal, then you're able to maintain your negotiation credibility. And under different circumstances, the government is not run in such an unacceptable way that that we can't get to that result. And there have been times where there've been in Trump's first term, Trump tried to force us to fund his border wall with like $20 billion whatever dollars, might have been even less than that. And the Democrats said, no, it's a poison pill. We're not going to accept that. And there was a shutdown, and Trump caved.
Okay, like, as we both want Democrats to win, right?
Yes.
Why not pick something like we want constitutionally protect Roe v. Wade? And we will shut down until
so stop with this bullshit. This is the Hutch strategy. I'm sorry to say, I love Hutch. Of like, just pick something wild that like absolutely untenable nonsense type situation. But this isn't that. The subsidies aren't that. The subsidies are more palatable to at least some House Republicans who passed it. But even beyond that, fuck, I don't care. Just put something on the table. Put something that matters on the table. That isn't so, and I do think that the blame with respect to the request, it should be calibrated to the people's interests. But the people want the subsidies. The people want the subsidies. I'm going to say it 2 more times. People want the subsidies. People want the subsidies. And I assume whatever the Democrats pick, the people will want.
Yeah. But to what extent? That's my issue. The people also want codification of Roe v. Wade, right?
Yeah.
So why not use that and just shut the government down? Because according to you, the government shutdown just makes Republicans go down in approval rating.
I think I think you have an obligation as the negotiator to offer something which is even within the realm of possibility for the other side. And it is in the realm of possibility for the other side. And I think that is both a signaling mechanism for voters will understand it, and they don't perceive the issue as linked as like the funding of healthcare. So yeah, I mean it's also less, I think, polarizing in that respect. It doesn't inflame the passions of the other side as much intuitively as healthcare funding. In fact, a lot of these populist types will at least say like we should do something on healthcare. Trump has said like we need to do something on healthcare. So better to do a recognized issue like that where at least there's other side buy-in as your choice of thing. Whatever it is, there should be some negotiation thing. And you finding some weird edge case doesn't address the fucking point, dude. The point is, what is your basis to believe that the prognosis that they'll blame Republicans is wrong? That's what you need to discover, not some hypothetical that won't happen with respect to an issue that isn't on the table. You understand you have an obligation now? Why are we wrong that they'll be blamed more than Democrats? You need to show that. And saying, well, couldn't you just bring Roe v. Wade doesn't help you.
Yeah, like my issue is I tried to explain it, and it depends on what is brought up as the thing that ought to be fight over, right? And severely limiting ICE in its power doesn't have the approval from the general public.
I didn't say that. Did you hear me fucking say that? I'm saying the Democrats should pick something.
Yeah, and what would be that something?
I think the healthcare fight is fine. I think it's good. I think no more increased funds to ICE is fine. I think rolling back some of the funding stuff to ICE under Big Beautiful Bill is fine. I think tariffs relief is fine. Those are all different examples. I've given you examples.
Yeah, but
now address my fucking question.
ICE before saying the ICE problem is not relevant. Like, I don't understand.
No, you said significantly limit power, didn't you? Did you say that, yes or no?
Yes.
And with respect to funding of ICE, that's not necessarily a reflection of their legal authorities. Which I assume is what you meant by power.
They can buy certain equipment. That
okay. That's what you meant by power when you said roll back their power? You meant including funding?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so in that case, I would separate between abolishing ICE as a request, limiting their substantive authorities as a request, versus decreases in funding. But again, there's a menu of options there, some of which don't include ICE. So you have to deal with that. Put aside the ICE thing if you don't like the ICE thing, because it's not an 80-20 issue.
Yeah, like for 80-20 issues, I agree that.
So you agree? Let's do it. So the healthcare stuff. Agreed?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you would be okay with an indefinite shutdown on healthcare?
If we find an actual 80-20 issue, yeah. But that's what my position I laid out from the beginning.
Do you think that the healthcare issue is not 80-20?
I haven't seen the polling. I can pull it up. Like my two conditions for when a shutdown is viable is 80-20 issue, or it's something indefensible for Republicans. Like I brought up the meme coin as an example. It's indefensible.
This says 59% of Republicans support it. 92% of Democrats. Let me just see if I can get the... I'm looking. Support for ACA expansions, 25 polls. I don't know. I can't find it. Whatever.
Let's assume it's an 80-20 issue. I would 100% go with government shutdown indefinitely.
Okay. All right.
If it's not an 80-20 issue,
that's not Hutch's position, to be clear.
Okay. But do you see do you right now see an 80-20 issue which the government which Democrats could
I don't know why it needs to be 80-20. I mean, that's an exceptionally high fucking bar. I don't care that it be that high. I just care that there's a significantly large support for it publicly. But I would fight on Medicare, on ACA expansion. I would fight on restoration of certain Medicaid funds. I would run on lowering funds for ICE. I would do it on tariffs. Take your pick. The Democrats need to get something. You don't get our votes for nothing. That's the thing. And I can't believe you said I would be okay with renaming the whole country. That's cuckery.
If it's an 80-20 issue, I said shut it down. Okay. But if it's not an 80-20 issue, the risk of people suffering because of a name change, that would be too much for me.
Okay.
Like I definitely would try a 1 month shutdown and then go back to.
Why even bother? Why bother with 1 month, 2 months? I mean, I don't understand why you would bother.
Because it gives momentum. Like we force people to talk about it, and if the momentum, like people stop talking about it because the media environment moves on, reopen the government, and then the next time possible, shut it down. Always just give extensions for 1 month.
Okay.
And basically, whenever there's something coming up, I would also be in favor of indefinitely shutting down the government for a law that basically rules out invasion of Greenland. It's also an 80-20 issue, but I currently don't see an 80-20 issue which I would risk shutting the government down over right now, because Greenland is off the table.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, do you want to go over it, or?
I don't think that it needs to be 80-20. I think it's fucking stupid and insane standard that it be 80-20. I assume that you were using that as like a shorthand to mean like a very, 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 very popular issue. I agree that it should be like popular, relatively popular. But in general, I think that the shutdown itself has the political effect that we want. As long as the issue is not like wholly unpopular or whatever, it's the shutdown that's causing the political damage, not the issue. Although the issue is relevant.
Why then not just shut down the government for the entire Trump term? Like that's
no. I think you could make. First of all, I think you could make an argument that funding the government in any respect would be justified in virtue of what the government is doing. But in general, I think that if there's I would rather us get to a good and equitable deal, in which we establish negotiation credibility, because that's important to me too. That's really, really important to me. So yeah, no, I'm much rather the Republicans handle and take responsibility and ownership for the bad consequences of their own action. And Democrats, I think, don't have an obligation to continue to, in this absent some sort of like overwhelming cost to society, which I agree, it's a real significant cost to society. But so is fighting against fascism, and unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And that's my position. And you disagree, we can agree to disagree.
Okay, one last thing. I don't know if you've seen it. I want you to guess how many bullets would Officer Ross have needed to stop Renegade's car. By assume he would have shot at a 90-degree angle, hitting the target. Yeah, the car.
Probably like hundreds or thousands.
It's in the hundreds, but shall I tell you?
Yeah, tell me.
Assuming the car drove 1 meter per second, it would have been 700 bullets.
Yeah, well,
so he would have had to shoot 700 bullets.
But you need to be able to get 700 bullets out in the amount of time, in that amount of time.
Exactly.
Which is, I think, impossible.
That makes it hard. But just from the physics perspective, 700 bullets.
I appreciate that, the math on that. But thank you so much.
Sorry for
you're good.
Being annoying.
I like you. Just you really just take the Band-Aid off and just be like, fuck it. Democrats should just resist. Find a good issue. Don't fund this government. Let them deal with the consequences. I think you need to do that. But
yeah, with an 80-20 issue, I'm on board. But right now, I don't see an 80-20 issue. That's like my main issue. If there was an 80-20 issue that was imminent, shut it down and go nuts. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
See you.
It. Bye. All right, Test. You piece of shit. I like that guy, but none of that, okay? Our leaders need to be strong on this shutdown. No votes for the government funding unless they're willing to negotiate with Democrat demands. That's it. Let them pay the consequences for their own rash decisions, for their lies, covering up murder, in addition to all the other corruption and depravity. Let them deal with it. Democrats have no reason to fund this government, especially given the unwillingness to negotiate with our side. And I would strongly condemn, and do strongly condemn, the Democrats who either will or have signed on to those efforts as of now. And that includes Jared Golden, that includes Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, that includes Tom Suozzi. I condemn. Chrissy, no.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. There are two different things that I'd like to discuss with you tonight. The first one being a storm that is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million Americans in 40 different states. We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination.
Oh, okay. Josiah. Yo, what up, Josiah?
Yeah.
What up, player?
Can I read you something here that's germane to what you're talking about?
Yeah.
You know who Dan Pfeiffer of Pod Save America is?
Sure do.
Would you describe any of the Pod Save America fellas as like far right, tanky, radical, progressive lunatics who aren't concerned with electability and winning elections and making prudent decisions?
I think you meant far left, but no.
What I
wouldn't
say?
consider. You said far right.
Yeah, far left.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider him that.
I agree. And he has a Substack called The Message Box that I encourage people to subscribe to. It's like The Weekly Patriot, but written by Dan Pfeiffer. And so I want to read you something he just dropped, okay? It's called Why Democrats Must Block the ICE Funding Bill. Another day, another person killed by an ICE officer in an interaction that should have never happened, part of an operation that's making everyone in the Minneapolis area less safe. The video of the shooting, shot from at least 2 angles, is circulating on social media. I will not link to it here, but it's easy to find if you want to watch it for yourself. I understand why you wouldn't. Alex Jeffrey Preddy was recording ICE and CBP agents on his phone when they swarmed him, hit him with an object, and threw him on the ground. Amid the melee, several shots were fired, and Preddy lay dead on the street. This is reportedly the 3rd person killed by ICE since the killing of Renee Good, the unarmed woman who was trying to move her car when she was shot 3 times. Trump officials, who cannot be believed, claim the man was armed and posed a mortal threat to agents. It does appear he was armed and may have had a permit to carry the gun. Open carry is legal in Minnesota. The videos I've seen do not support the idea that he was trying to shoot ICE agents. It's easy to feel powerless, but we have power and an opportunity to send a message next week. Next week, the Senate will vote on a bill to fund ICE and the rest of the Department of Homeland Security. If a bill is not passed by the end of the month, DHS will shut down. I know it's not easy, it is politically risky, but Democrats cannot fund ICE after what has happened in Minnesota in the recent weeks. Here's the state of play. There's been a debate playing out, somewhat under the radar, about how Democrats should handle the DHS vote. Many Democrats have argued that they should use this moment to demand guardrails on ICE's conduct, including a ban on masks and requirements for judicial warrants. This is a much more complicated situation than the vote that led to the shutdown last fall. Here's the state of play. Number 1, the bill that funds ICE and DHS passed the House on Thursday, with 7 Democrats voting yes. If Congress fails to pass a bill, this is number 2. Number 2, if Congress fails to pass a bill, the DHS will shut down. The rest of the government will not shut down. Congress has either passed or is on the cusp of passing bills to fund every agency other than DHS. Number 3, funding bills are subject to the filibuster. So to pass the bill, Republicans will need at least 7 Democrats to vote with them in the Senate. Number 4, blocking funding will not stop ICE from doing what it's doing in Minnesota and elsewhere. And I want to repeat that because this is important. And that's me editorializing it there. In previous Pod Save America videos, Dan Pfeiffer and Jon Favreau have been sympathetic to what you are calling for and what I am calling for, but they've been hesitant because they understand the nuances of government. They understand it's not going to be quite the same as a shutdown. And now they've been fully radicalized into where you are. So that's another reason why I thought this article was extremely important. But they really want to emphasize, if Democrats do what we propose they do, it will not bring ICE to a halt. Trump decides what government functions are essential and can continue during an agency shutdown. During the government shutdown in 2025, ICE continued to terrorize communities. And I can't remember what we're on, number 6 at this point. Number 5, importantly, most of ICE's funding is mandatory funding from the big beautiful bill and is not subject to the annual appropriations process where Democrats have
This is the additional money that they were appropriated.
Correct. And finally, additionally, one lesson of the last shutdown is that Republicans will not cave. If they wouldn't cave on the Obamacare tax credits, which were supported by a majority of hardcore MAGA voters, it's hard to see them agreeing to meaningful guardrails for ICE. I know this is incredibly unsatisfying, but I want everyone to understand what Democrats can and can't do and what blocking the bill would actually mean. And then he goes on to say, here's why we should block the bill anyway.
Yep.
Masked, unidentified members of a paramilitary force loyal to the President of the United States have invaded and occupied an American city. Trump's flunkies in the Justice Department are investigating the victims, not the shooters. They're also trying to prosecute local officials, like the Minneapolis mayor and the governor of the state, for the crime of trying to protect their citizens from this paramilitary force. Yep. They've killed multiple people, and their violence and aggression are ramping up, not down. I understand all the arguments against picking the fight. I know affordability and the economy are better issues than immigration and ICE. I know Trump, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance are licking their chops over this fight. I know how the right-wing media will portray Democrats as being on the side of criminals and drug traffickers. And I know Democrats are on a trajectory to win the House, and there are real downsides to picking a risky fight that may result in losing politically and will almost certainly lose substantively. I do not care. Standing up and using every iota of your limited power is not just the right thing to do, it's the righteous thing to do. I really don't understand how someone can see what's happening in Minnesota and around the country and do anything else. Someone has to step up and say enough is enough to draw attention to what is happening in Minnesota and to try to stop it. And then the final section is this: the politics of the fight. This is a moment that calls for moral leadership. You can't call ICE fascists who are murdering Americans one day and then vote to fund them the next. That reinforces every negative image voters have of Democrats. They think we're weak, full of shit, and unwilling to back up our warnings about Trump with actions that is commensurate with the gravity of these warnings. It's one reason the Democratic Party has its lowest approval rating in history. Talking about politics in moments like this can feel trite and frankly more than a little gross, but we don't just have a moral obligation to fight, we also have a moral obligation to win more power so we can actually stop these horrors. I won't pretend the politics are easy, but I find the argument that we are destined to lose a fight over ICE funding to be based on nothing more than learned helplessness. Trump is weak. His approval rating is well below where Biden's was at the same point in 2021. Per Nate Silver's model, Trump's approval rating on immigration is down 8 points in the last 6 weeks. So again, more than 1 point per week. In the recent New York Times Siena poll, 6 in 10 voters disapprove of ICE and think its actions have gone too far. Other polling shows that ICE's approval rating has dropped 30 points in the last year. I know Democrats have a lot of PTSD from how Trump weaponized the border in 2024, but this is not 2024, and Trump is in a much weaker position on his best issue than at any point in the last decade. I imagine this won't be an easy sell to Senate Democrats. Blocking the ICE bill depends on the votes of Democrats who broke ranks to open the government last year, but fighting and losing is better than not fighting at all. So says Dan Pfeiffer. What do you think?
Totally agree. Totally and completely agree with every word of that. I think that I'm actually more optimistic about the nature of the fight and the nature of the politics. I think that the Republicans will be blamed for any shutdown in that respect. And I think that it's not wrong for Democrats to take the stand. Republicans have the authority, if they wanted to get rid of the filibuster and do it. I'm in favor of it. I'm so tired of weakness, fecklessness. It's been too long stomaching it. And I reiterate, I think that everyone who voted for the end of the shutdown in the last year should be primaried. I do think that. And I think that we should remember who they were. But right now, I mean, absolutely. We need to get our credibility back. We need to take a stand. How can we fund this government, man? It's just crazy.
Agreed. Well, I'll tell you that there is some positive movement here, okay? There were, I believe the 3 names I'm about to tell you were Senate Democrats that voted to end the government shutdown. These 3 names are Jackie Rosen, Catherine Masto, and Mark Warner. The 2 senators from Nevada and Mark Warner, and I think he's from Virginia, they have now issued statements that they will not vote to fund DHS. And they were 3 of the Democrats that voted to end the shutdown prematurely. And so
that's good.
ICE, this situation, I mean, that's fucking movement. Like, that's big. These moderates who blinked in the staring contest on the government shutdown, 3 of them saying, okay, fuck it. I can't do this shit. Now, we need more than just the 3, right? You know, I'm sure that like Fetterman, like, what do you think? I think Fetterman I think he votes for DHS. I don't think
100% he will. Fetterman is cooked. Fetterman is gone. Fetterman doesn't even want to do the job anymore. And I want our Democratic Congress people to inspire the base. Look at what the base is doing. You know, the people on the streets protesting, that's what your base is willing to do. They're willing to go out in the cold, in the sub-zero temperatures, and sometimes put their bodies and lives on the line. I want a little bit of gumption and a little bit of that energy from our Congress people with respect to their votes. That's all I'm asking for, is have a little fight, be a little bit of a prick. And why? Why would we fund this government? Why not? Why not take a stand now? The power is theirs if they want to use it, but we should not be complicit in the overreach and destruction of our country by these fascist goons. Imagine just letting a ghoul like we're looking at right now on the screen, Christy Nome, who lies as she breathes. If she breathes, she's lying. Let them take the cost and take the responsibility of this absolutely deplorable government. We should have no part in it, especially when they're not negotiating with us. That was the precedent that we bucked in the last shutdown fight when we had 7 defectors who couldn't put what was in the best interest of the country before whatever their motivations were in that case with their respect to their constituencies. That doesn't mean that it's going to be costless. But what it means is you have a responsibility and obligation to stand tall, keep your negotiation credibility, and keep the precedent and fight against the administration with all the power. That was the only power and leverage that Democrats had. I asked the guy who just came on before you, like, if Trump conditioned opening the government on renaming the country Trumpistan, would you do it? He's like, yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like that's the and I totally agree. Sometimes the principle thing is worth the practical consequences of it. I mean, because it's not just a violation of the principle; it's the precedent it creates. If Trump, in your hypothetical, which of course is actually quite feasible, given his psychology and his pathology, would hold the country hostage in exchange for slapping his name on everything, no, fuck that, because if he'll do it here, he'll do it for something else down the road. And we're seeing where appeasement gets you with Trump, both domestically and internationally.
They don't understand weakness and capitulation and appeasement. What they understand is strength. What they understand is people who have ganas, and we can't just appease. We can't just be little bitches. We can't. It has to end. And if that means new leadership, that's what it fucking means. And what I'm talking about is, if we start to hear these little rumbles, Schumers, I need some base senators. It's no longer, am I even going to stomach, blaming it all on Schumer. Now the Democratic senators who back Schumer's leadership are complicit as well. I'm going to demand my most favorite senator, Chris Murphy, if we get that weakness, that Murphy call for ousting the leadership of the Democratic senator by votes if necessary, by doing the vote over if necessary. If they won't leave, we kick them out. I'm so, and the Democratic base is so over it. No more games. Let's actually play for keeps, and let's actually try to use the one little bit of power we have in federal government this time.
Yeah, it's interesting because I said this, I think it was a post on Twitter a couple of days ago. Look, I'll give Schumer his flowers for this election cycle in terms of Senate candidate recruitment. I mean, he's just knocked it out of the park. Getting Mary Peltola to run in Alaska, getting Roy Cooper to run in North Carolina. Fair enough. A+ for Senate recruitment.
But did he though? Was it his recruitment? Do we know that?
Yes, yeah. Okay. I mean, to the extent that we know anything, he's the one responsible for getting these people, and all the reporting indicates that he's playing a massive role in doing it. But the role of Senate Majority Leader in the age of Trump, Senate Leader in the age of Trump, especially when you're in the minorities, the Minority Leader, it's just so far beyond candidate recruitment. And here's the thing: Schumer can be a great recruiter, but he doesn't have to be the Minority Leader. If it's because he's got the pull and the influence, because he was Harry Reid's protege and he's so much seasoned, that's fine. But he can do it from the backbench. I'm not even saying he has to resign in disgrace per se, but what he can't do is be the Democratic leader in the Senate anymore, because that role, the significance of that role, and this is where we disagree with Hutch, is the importance of that role is beyond its legislative function.
Yes.
I understand that might be what it should be. Maybe that is exactly what it should be, but you could make the same case, and I've said this before, about the president. What is the president? The president is the chief executive, and the president has a White House press secretary and a team of spokespeople. So in theory, it shouldn't matter if the president is a particularly gifted communicator, right? As long as he's a competent executive. He could be the Bob fucking Iger. Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, is not a Riz master.
He could be a mute, but that's just not the world we live in.
Right, precisely. And so the role of Senate leader, either in the minority or the majority in 2026, is you've got to have riz, you've got to have pull, you've got to have gumption, you've got to have, a forceful personality, and that's just not Schumer. And so while I'll give him his flowers on Senate candidate recruitment, he's just not the guy for this. And so I agree, there should be a full-blown fucking mutiny if he doesn't meet the moment. And somebody else, again, that I like him, but I've also been consistently calling him out here lately, is Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom's press office and Governor Newsom's official Twitter account,
what did they say?
They have bangers. Like, Kristi Noem, he just posted 2 minutes ago, Kristi Noem must resign. And, they're calling ICE, a police state and all this other shit. Like, it's really good. But then when he sits down in front of Ben Shapiro, he just gives the fucking farm away, right? And not on everything. If you actually watch the episode, he pushes back more than once on things. But on ICE specifically, Shapiro, pressed him. This is what your official press office account said. Do you take it back? And Newsom's like, yeah, that's fair. I take it back. Like, no, fuck that. Stand on business. He
said I'll take it back, or he said something like that. I need to watch this shit because honestly, that makes me like, I already don't fully trust Newsom, but the notion that they would play into the rhetoric when they're in front of reporters and stuff, because they know that's what we want to hear, but then not keep that same energy in front of the opposition. That shit is cooked. That shit is absolutely cooked. We need a little bit more Kalinske energy. We need a little bit more energy of like, stand on business. I compared ICE to Gestapo. What the fuck are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
You don't like it? Stop acting like the Gestapo. That's the easiest way to do it. I mean, and when Newsom went to Davos, of course, he killed it. He did extremely well. But then there was reporting from Mark Halperin that behind the scenes, Trump and Newsom were kind of yucking it up. Now, that same report also said that when Stephen Miller approached, Newsom was very hostile to Miller and Miller was hostile to Newsom. So the antipathy there seems real. Yeah. But it's like, so I posted this out earlier today. I'm like, okay, well, Newsom, the base expects you, especially if you're positioning yourself as the front runner, which you clearly are. You're positioning yourself as a guy who's going to run in 2028. Especially now that Preddy has been murdered, you've got to be fucking consistent and unyielding on ICE. No more of this, okay, well, it's a police state, but also I apologize for my press office account getting a little snippier. No, fuck that. They've now murdered 2 American citizens. So the next time, you're in front of a conservative, I'm not saying you have to go nose to nose and shove them around, but when the next Ben Shapiro's like, hey, Governor Newsom, do you take back what you say about ICE? Like, no, fuck no. I did that once before, and then a few days later, a second American citizen was shot, and so I regret that. If anything, I take back my take back. I should have stood on business then. But I folded. Now I'm standing on business. So I hope to see more of that from
100%. And again, I want to, which, as I said right there, is really important. That doesn't mean I don't think you should be cordial to people in certain situations. As you guys know, I'm cordial with people who think differently, but it means you need to like have that fire in you, man. Like that you really give a fuck. And that when you're saying these words, they're not just words on wind. They're not just words on paper or in tweets. That they're words that you're saying with your chest that come from somewhere deep within you. That says enough is enough. Enough is enough. Get the barbarians out of the White House. Get the invaders out of Minnesota. And that anything less than that, than really true passion. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for someone not just with the riz, because that needs to be there, but with the eye of the tiger, the eye of someone who gives a fuck and wants to change shit and wants to actually and look like he's giving a fuck. That's so core to me, that someone put the effort in to actually giving a fuck and looking like you give a fuck and not having these weird inconsistencies. Absolutely, Newsom, in many ways, I think has been playing the game right. I respect him for that, but I want more consistency. I like that Pritzker said abolish ICE. That's my language going forward. Abolish ICE. I was honestly, frankly, my language even before today. That's the position. I think that's the moderate position. I agree with Mehdi Hassan on that. And so, yeah, and that's what we're expecting. We want strength.
Makes you wonder what the polling was so bad for ICE after Renee Good was murdered. Can you imagine what the polling is going to be like in a week?
I mean, the guy's like, did he work for the VA? Someone said that in the chat. He was an ICU nurse apparently, and
he was a
gun owner.
Nurse and, I
mean, these are our neighbors. These are U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens who are putting their bodies on the line sometimes to fight against oppression, fight against authoritarianism. And your rights matter and your liberties matter, and they're more important. I'm just going to say, sorry, this might piss people off. Maybe this is just like the wrong thing to say, but your liberties are more important than SNAP funding. Your liberties are more important than SNAP funding. Your liberties, your rights are more important than SNAP funding. Does that mean that we should be like totally cavalier? No, absolutely. You need to be smart. You need to always put the needs, the material needs of your constituents, absolutely like in a significant portion of your influences. But the American structure, we have had people die for that, to give us this gift, and we're giving away what's most valuable in our society. We can't give that away. It's what's most valuable for us as a people is our structure.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, to kind of torture the metaphor here, but I think it's appropriate. I mean, yeah, obviously like SNAP benefits and food assistance are extremely important. There's no question about that, but it's like trying to preserve the roof over your head while sacrificing the foundation. You know, if you give the foundation of your house away, the roof will collapse, right? Like at the end of the day, I mean, it's true. Yeah, the foundation of this country, and I hate to be like an institution cuck, but I do mean that, but like due process, rule of law, accountability, checks and balances, separation of powers, you know, a vigorous but absolutely chained executive, legislative supremacy. Congress was always meant to be the predominant branch, the final hand on top. All of these things are more important than SNAP benefits. And I understand it's easy for me to say, but and I understand that I might feel differently in the moment if I were a SNAP beneficiary. But again,
it doesn't make it untrue. It doesn't make it untrue.
Correct. Yeah, no, 100%. And so no, I'm with you. I'm with you, man. Again, to me, it's like being so preoccupied here. We're about to have one of the biggest, you know, winter storms. It's going to affect like 2/3 of the country is the projection. I'm sure it's going to, you know, hit you guys in New York too. Yeah. But it's like, I understand a roof over your head is extremely important, but the way the physics works is, you know, the roof rests on walls, which rest on a foundation. The foundation is objectively more important, and you can't have a stable roof with a foundation that's totally compromised. And so I'm with you.
And we're reasonable. I'm reasonable. If you want to go through something, if you're not convinced on the proceduralism, structuralism, the core of our liberties, and how can you not be convinced by that? How can you not be convinced by those like American core ideas, a new birth of freedom, all men created equal, due process of law? How can you not be convinced by that? But if you're not, how about something more base? How about thou shalt not murder? How about thou shalt not murder? Want to go back to biblical times? Thou shalt not murder. And guess what? I'm reasonable. If they want to make this funding contingent on certain negotiations with Democrats, have it be this issue of the, thank you Ice Beans for the raid, of the healthcare, whatever you want to do, cost of living stuff. But we just want murder investigations. We want the policies to change with respect to how we treat civil liberties. That's what we want to change. The reason why we can't trust ICE, the reason why we have to abolish ICE is because they're not just doing deportations. They're infringing our liberties, and they're not investigating murder. They decided there was no murder in this case. What? A second after they saw the video? They didn't want to run an investigation because they knew, we can make this kind of lie about him being a terrorist, and our obnoxious ideological media sycophants will buy it and run with it. But honestly, at this point, we can't expect that base sort of what we think is a duty of government to investigate and punish murder from these people. That's one of the reasons why we need to shut down the government. And we need our state actors as well. And I'm glad to see Tim Walz say that we're going to take an investigation into this. They should have done it with Renee Good if they haven't. And they should continue to do it because Renee Good was also murdered. And I don't want to forget about her. But yeah, no, that all needs to happen. And it's not just these lofty ideals, which are so important. It's a base thing like fucking prosecute murder. It should be simple.
But and here's the thing, though. I mean, and I'm very cynical about this. We touched on this yesterday when I popped in. It's just true, and I think this is kind of a concrete example. It's so much easier to destroy or to not build than it is to build or rebuild. Number one, but number two, we had a conversation yesterday, and we touched on it again today in the collaborative video, which by the way is killing it. It's blowing the fuck up. Oh my god, yeah, are you kidding me? Like almost 200,000 views already.
Shit.
Like, dude, like it's just like it's like you and me together. It's like it's peanut butter and jelly. You know what I mean? Like everybody loves it. Everybody digs it. But you know, like I want to say this. The burden is going to be more difficult on us. It's easier for what they do. But here's the other thing. We touched on this a bit today with their views on immunity and unitary executive theory and a sympathetic high court. You know, I don't believe we're going to be able to hold any of these people accountable. Certainly not the federal level. I genuinely believe I'd be stunned.
Mass pardons.
If he didn't pardon everybody out the fucking door. And before some centrist or far left fuck, because this is a bit of a horseshoe, says, well, that's because Joe Biden gave him the precedent. Fuck you. Donald Trump doesn't need precedent or permission for anything. I do not believe there's a timeline in the multiverse where Joe Biden didn't pardon Hunter Biden, that Donald Trump still doesn't end up mass pardoning everybody.
And guess
out
what?
the door.
We condemned that too. We didn't like that either, and I condemned it. And we don't agree with that, or at least I don't think you do.
Well, I'll be honest with you, man. Listen, what's funny is I keep going back and forth on, because that was my initial reaction too.
Yeah.
But Biden, I think Biden was vindicated on the, like, even if I'm trying to like suss this out, like the ethics of this in real time, because I almost think by default, anytime you use your power to benefit your family members and friends, by definition, it's corrupt, even if, at the same time, he was 100% right. And you know, he was right that Trump was going to do everything to put Hunter Biden behind jail or get him to kill himself, or relapse.
No, I agree that it's a less clear case than what we have here in terms of the corruption. And although I do think it's clear, but I don't want to focus so much on that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think there will be any sort of federal accountability, even if we get a Democrat in there who is like, guys, I swear to God, you elect me, I promise you, I'm gonna make Jack Smith Attorney General, or Doug Jones. I'm gonna make Pisco Liddy Attorney General of the United States. I think the mass pardons out the door. Between that and their views on unitary executive theory and immunity, I think there's a better than even chance that there will be absolutely no accountability for this. And then that's the other thing. I don't know how we can truly heal as a nation unless there is accountability for what this administration is doing.
I think that there should be, like, I would support, and I know that it's very low odds, but it's the kind of reason why we need to have massive support and massive wins in the Congress, not just rested on laurels, but like generational wins in the Congress. I would want an amendment that undoes every pardon issued by Trump over both terms. And I would support reopening the investigations of those various pardoned individuals. And also I would make the amendment in such a way so as, to the extent that there were convictions, that those convictions get reinstated as a matter of constitutional provision. And additionally, I would obviously use the amendment to clarify the the super stupid mistake of the absolute immunity doctrine, as well as other stuff. Problem is,
bro, for real, and honestly,
and
honestly, like, and I know you're probably not prepared to go as far as I am on this, and I truly haven't thought this through, but I'm just speaking off the cuff here. I don't know how a Democratic president just doesn't start dangling the pardon power almost as a threat. Like, hey, listen, we either pass a constitutional amendment right now to limit the pardon power, or I swear to God, I'm just going to go through, I'm going to audit federal cases for the pardons that will trigger MAGA the most, and I'll one by one, check. Every day you don't agree to to pass a constitutional amendment to limit the pardon power. If you don't vote to limit my power, I'm going to use my power in a way that will make you wish you had limited it. I don't see, like, I think that's the only thing that will motivate this bad faith Republican Party, is if they fear that they will have to deal with a Democrat who's willing to adopt 20% of the Trump playbook. You don't even have to go to fucking 50%. Like one of the things I keep telling my audience in my videos is, as much as I bitch about the Democratic Party, and as much as you bitch about the Democratic Party, and as much as everybody bitches about the Democratic Party, it's not like the Democratic Party, like, when I can't stand when people say, You guys need to win more. You guys never win. Like, it's totally reductive. It's actually pretty impressive given how, heterodox the Democratic Party is, and given the institutional advantages that we're up against,
no doubt,
that we win elections as often as they do. Like, yeah, Trump beat us in 2016, but we kicked his ass in 2018. We kicked his ass in 2020. We kicked his ass in the 2021 off-year elections. We at least it was a draw in the November midterms in 2022 because, yes, they retook the House, but we expanded our Senate majority. And yes, we lost big in 2024, but like for every election we lose, we win one. And that's with a disadvantaged and hobbled Democratic Party. So just imagine if the Republicans felt that they were up against a Democratic Party that was not only firing on all cylinders, but also 20% more ruthless. Like, I don't know, like I think that they would shit their pants collectively. Like, kind of like how probably the Japanese felt after they bombed, Pearl Harbor, where it was like, we've awakened a sleeping giant, Like,
the candidate for, I will tell you, the candidate for Democratic presidential nominee who is most committed to accountability and punishment and structural reform will have my vote. That is a guarantee for me. If I believe that you as a candidate are committed to those things, and I truly believe that, obviously I will weigh policy and all that stuff, but the most important factor for me is someone who is committed to accountability, punishment, and structural reform. That's it. I do think that we need to, I would never endorse actions that I think are inconsistent with the Constitution or abuse of power, but I will absolutely endorse people who are committed to accountability, punishment, ruthlessness, and obviously the reforms that we need to prevent this from ever happening again.
I want to ask you something too while I'm thinking about it. What do you think of this phenomenon of obviously more progressive, more leftward Democratic politicians are supporting the notion of abolishing ICE, right?
Yeah.
So we have that, the leftward flank. Have you noticed what's interesting is that conservative never Trump Republicans like George Conway and Bill Kristol and Tim Miller are also calling for ICE to be abolished.
Yeah.
But the thing in between, but the Democrats in between those two.
Yes. And the
what
reason
do you think
is,
about that?
Yeah, no, the reason is I think that I think the resistance Dems, the never Trump Republicans, and the lefty people are aligned on like the threat of Trump and the threat of ICE under current situations. But it's the kind of more middling resistance libs / corporate libs who are, and it's because I think they truly underestimate Trump. Even now, I truly think that even now there are Democratic office holders who are kind of acting like business as usual. And that it isn't coming from the moderate, like Bush alums who are never Trump Republicans. They're all with us, as well as the more lefty people, the Kalinskis of the world, the Crystal Balls of the world. They're all with us. And the resistance libs, we've always been there. But it's a weird like cross section of particular people who are in office right now, plus some of their supporters. I don't understand it. Maybe they underestimate Trump.
Isn't it just interesting though how again it like because a lot of people say, oh, it's just the far left. Like, no, it's just not true. When you lose when a federal law enforcement agency loses Bill Kristol, are you kidding me? Bill
Kristol, Conway, like these people, the Tim Millers of the world. It's because they understand Trump. They understand it because they were one of the first people kicked out of the club. They know what he's capable of. They've faced the consequences, and so they know what they're seeing. The lefties have always, I think, judged ICE as illegitimate, and this is just adding to their view there. But in resistance libs, we've always thought that Trump's, his character is such that this is fucked up. Yeah, I don't know why it is. I do get that sense. Maybe that's a wrong sense, but I also get that sense.
Yeah, it must be like the through line with Trump, and I'm like I said, I give Kristol flowers because she has repeatedly said, probably half a dozen times over the past year that resistance libs were actually more sensitive and more accurate to the threat Trump posed than the Ken Klippensteins or the Crystal Balls of yore or the Kyle Kalinskis of yore. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes to assessing who Trump is, resistance libs and never Republicans, Steve Schmidt of the Lincoln Project and Bill Kristol and Charlie Sykes and Tim Miller, all these people, Sarah Longwell, plus the actual resistance lib Democrats, they've had their finger on the pulse of Trump better than anybody. I do think it's interesting how it goes. The people who want to recognize ICE for what it is, it goes left, skips right over the middle, and then goes to the most conservative flank of the coalition, and it's the gap in between. It's stunning.
I think that I agree with that. For whatever reason, I don't know why there is this like underestimation or this gap that you're identifying. Who the fuck knows? Maybe you guys know better than I do. But I don't think it's ideological in the same way that like left-right politics are. I think it's ideological with respect to rights, abuse of power, corruption. And for me, those are the most salient issues. They're the most salient issues. They come, and yes, before affordability, cost of living, for me, for what I care about, because I think all those other issues are dependent on a responsive government that's accountable. Because when you don't have a responsive government that's accountable, they're able to have, like what they have in Russia, a kleptocracy, oligarchs, that kind of shit. So in order to get to that stuff, we need to secure our foundation, as we talked about. And so those issues for me are most important. And yeah, I don't know, like, what is causing people to not recognize a threat? How many times do they have to learn what they're capable of? Yeah.
Would you, I'm trying to think, like, ICE in the practical sense and what the executive could do, or a Democratic executive could do. Like, let's say we don't get a trifecta, but we do get a Democratic president.
Yeah.
What do you think a president unilaterally could legally do to basically delete ICE? Let's say he doesn't have Congress. What would you want him to fire, like, basically every ICE agent hired since January 20th, 12:01 p.m., 2025?
Yeah.
Like, what would you?
Yeah. Or move some. Well, look at what they did with the CFPB. Look at what they did with the Department of Education. They say it's constitutional. Let's test it. Why the fuck not?
What about that fucking, Nazi, that mini Nazi piece of shit, Gregory Bavino or whatever?
Yeah, fire
Would he
him.
be a day one fire for you?
No question. No
Be
question.
the first executive order you sign?
Yes.
Tell him and Brendan Carr of the FCC to pack their shit? Or
I would walk in like Mom Donnie did and say, every executive order issued by Trump was illegitimate and is revoked because he was not the president. I'm hereby declaring that the office was vacant during his tenure, and the first item on the agenda is going to be enforcing Section 3 and retroactively undoing everything they did and firing all these people and rendering these hirings to have no effect. I mean, I would really walk in with a based attitude of rescinding previous shit, firing people, cleaning house. Absolutely.
Now, based on the law as you understand it, assuming the Supreme Court, like, not taking into account what are likely to be ruled on by the Supreme Court in the future, what would it actually take to get rid of ICE? It would take a federal statute.
Yeah,
right?
statute. Yeah, but yes, but you can just do what they did with the CFPB. You can do what they did with all these other agencies that are letting them run rampant on our people, right? With respect to scams, with respect to insider trading, look at how much insider fucking trading there is. They're just overlooking corruption. They're just bribing each other. They're fucking committing graft. So yeah, just do what they did with the good police, right? What do they do with the good police? As Kyle calls them, the anti-scam police. They gutted them. They fucking gutted them. What did they do with the Department of Education to help educate our children? They fucked with it. They did all that shit. So we'll do that to the bad cops. And you know what? We'll do internal immigration enforcement another way. We'll find another way in our next budget item. We'll create a new agency for internal immigration enforcement called
Wasn't it INS?
Water.
Wasn't it INS pre-ICE?
Yeah, INS under the DOJ. I would just create a new agency outside the Department of Homeland Security to do internal immigration stuff. And it'll have a new mandate with its number one priority, the protection of civil liberties in this country. And its number two mandate, the enforcement of federal immigration law.
What are your chatter says? USAID defunding was unconstitutional. What can we legally do? Was USAID defunding? Was it ruled unconstitutional? I can't remember.
Unclear if they were ruling on the temporary rescissions and whatever. I honestly lost track on some of it.
I know, me too. It's crazy.
I have to go back and look at the cases.
As far as the pardon power goes, like I know a lot of people are calling for the total abolition of the pardon power. What's interesting is I've actually hesitated to go that far. Obviously, you need a constitutional amendment to do it. As you know, one of my big things is I think checks and balances have to flow both ways, and I do think the executive, like the pardon power, is basically the only real check that the executive has on the Supreme Court. In that, whatever conviction, in a criminal matter is even if it's upheld by the Supreme Court, the president can just unilaterally void it. I actually don't have an issue with that per se. And I'm curious, though, what you would like to see of the pardon, because I personally don't want it to go away entirely. I do think an executive needs to check on the court. But what I'd like to do is something like there's no such thing as a mass pardon. You can't pardon yourself, and you can't pardon for crimes that have not been prosecuted and convicted. Like you can't preemptively pardon somebody. If President Josiah wants to pardon Pisco, you have had to have been prosecuted and convicted to be eligible to receive the pardon. Would you support shit like that, or do you think the whole thing needs to go?
I think that as between leaving it as it is, I would get rid of it. If choices were leave it as it is or get rid of it, I'd pick get rid of it. If it was leave it as it is with your checks or get rid of it, I would get rid of it. The situation in which I would keep it is a situation in which we allow for Congress to create a body, an agency informed by certain, I don't know, some experts constituted by them to specifically and only do pardons. And they're the only ones who do it. It's protected and insulated from the president, and Congress, if it wants to, can get rid of it or something. But I would not put it in the hands of the political branches of Congress. And at most, I would give the decision of whether to even have it to Congress to constitute in a different body where appointments are made through some other mechanism.
Good news. I'm going to link you to it real quick.
Yeah.
I sent you 3 links, but use the most recent one from Igor Babic.
All right.
Well, you want to pull it up on screen?
Yeah, I'll put it up on stream. Quote from Chuck Schumer. What's happening?
And there's a post above it. There's
Okay.
a post above it.
Inbox. Schumer statement announcing Senate Democrats will not advance appropriations of bill.
I don't think they see it on screen, or maybe I don't.
It's going to wait a little bit because you're behind. Yeah. Schumer statement announcing Senate Democrats will not advance appropriations bill if DHS funding is included. What's happening in Minnesota is appalling and unacceptable in any American city. Democrats sought common sense reforms in the Department of Homeland Security spending bill, but because of Republicans' refusal to stand up to President Trump, the DHS bill is woefully inadequate to rein in the abuse of ICE. I will vote no.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it is good.
That sounds like a step in the right direction.
Unless it's unless it's a fake out like they did.
That's true.
For the last one.
Well, I mean, obviously he can't compel, it's true that he can't compel, the members can defy him. Yeah.
Yeah, but if he can't compel them, if he can't convince them, if he can't hold ranks, then he should step down.
That's part of leadership. You're right.
Yep.
No, that's part of leadership. Yeah, 100%. At that point, it's like, okay, so you weren't able to hold ranks on the shutdown or defunding ICE or not advancing ICE. Even if at that point your intentions are best and you're trying to meet the moment, then at that point you're just inadequate for the role. And there's no shame in that. That just means you need to step aside, It's
a good statement from Schumer. And I hope he means it.
Awesome.
I hope he means it. I really do.
How you feel, man? Before I let you go, how you feel?
I feel hopeful. I feel sad, obviously, for my country and for what's happening and for us having to even be here. It really is sad because this was so predictable, this kind of shit. So I'm sad, but I'm hopeful. I think that there are enough patriots. There are enough peaceful patriots among us. And there are so many more of us than they are of them. And I know that together, you, me, the patriots in the chat, the people of Minnesota, we can win. We will win. I'll go to Schumer.
We will.
We can win. We must win. And so I I know if we're together, I know if we're all standing strong, we can get it done. It's going to be a big task to clean up the shit, but I believe that we can win.
Oh, so there's a second part to his statement.
Oh yeah,
because when I saw that quote, I was like, okay, well, I see where Schumer says he's voting no, but where does he say explicitly the Senate Democrats? The second sentence that was not included in Igor Bobik's thing is, quote, Senate Democrats will not provide the votes to proceed to the appropriations bill if the DHS funding bill is included. So that's where the headline came from. He did say that his intent is to prevent Democrats from providing the necessary votes. Hopefully he is speaking after conferring with the conference. Hopefully that means even Fetterman, in between drooling is like, yeah, actually I won't vote for this either. But
doubtful, to be honest, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I think he'll be a defection. I don't even know what his goal is. I mean, I think he should just resign. I think he's useless, and I don't think he even wants to do the job anymore. He's an embarrassment. Get out of the way, Fetterman, in my opinion. That's just me, though.
Lurch. No, I'm with you.
I never trusted that guy, and we don't need any more Fettermans. No more Fettermans. No more weak bullshit. This is a good statement. I want to see follow through because guess what? I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
What would you say to the 7 Democrats who said, listen, we voted for this, obviously, because we're in swing districts. We got to play. And this was before the second murder. Obviously, if we, because I wouldn't be surprised if we hear some of that or some reporting about that. Well, fuck, this was before, Alex Preddy was shot. Had the vote came the same day or the day after, maybe we would have voted differently. What would you say to something like that?
To people who say that this shooting was a necessary thing for the vote to happen, for the refusal to happen?
Yeah, I could see. I would be surprised if we didn't hear some reporting like, well, we regret our vote, because we've heard shit like that before. Like, that we voted for this before this thing happened.
Oh, you mean the seven?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I totally misunderstood.
Yeah.
In the House.
No.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna say, and I think it's disgraceful.
What would you say to that?
I would say it shouldn't be contingent on this case. You're doing a pure political act to try to save your skin because of this shooting, but we already had a murder, and we already have court rulings finding that ICE is doing these insane shit, like discriminating and arresting people and breaking their wedding rings because of what they the fact that they're doing lawfully protected speech activities. Like, there have been findings to that effect. And so it would be the height of arrogance, hypocrisy, and political gamesmanship to be like, oh, we change our mind because of this one thing. This is not, oh, this one thing is so different in kind to everything that came before. This is yet another incident of a serially escalating authoritarian power grab that is predictable and that was known before this incident. We were already talking about ICE before this incident. We were already wondering when the next shooting was going to happen. That's really, really important to me. Accepting any kind of walk back is to explain, well, is it this incident that changed you, or did this shake you into reality to recognize what's happening around you? Mr. Tom Swazi, Mr. Golden, Ms. Lucenkamp Perez, and no more of this fucking it's just the worst kind of sanctimony from these people. Always these centrist Democrat people there are some base centrists, but like the ones who are like, yeah, we shouldn't be talking shit about ICE, and fuck that. Fuck it. I talk shit. I want to always maintain peaceful protest, peaceful legal protest. But yeah, I don't have any appetite for the I don't know, double speak about ICE.
I'd like to get your reaction on 2 other things. The first 2 links I sent you, if you want to pull those up too. One from Dave Smith and the other one from Tim Pool.
Oh boy. Dave Smith. The civil libertarian guys. Guys, remember, the committed civil libertarians are going to be the first ones. They're going to be the very first ones to give over power to the state in an emergency. Just because they say so. They're like the most servile people possible. So this is Dave Smith. I'm an immigration restrictionist. I believe that we have the right to remove any and all people who enter our country illegally. Also, oh, look at this. Hey, kudos to Dave Smith. ICE is out of fucking control. A bunch of pussies. Drunk on power. Boom. Love it. going around intentionally escalating violent interactions and intimidating U.S. citizens. Love it. They create these tragic situations, and after this gigantic show of force, they won't deport a fraction of the illegals. Okay, he's trying to talk out of both sides of his own mouth. Who entered under Biden? This is simply not worth it. Imagine that, right? Imagine that being like a civil libertarian, you know, the principle of non-aggression, whatever the fuck they believe, their loser theories. This is for him just a trade-off. Well, if we were getting like more illegal immigrants deported, and they actually are getting more illegal immigrants deported than Obama. They're inflated their numbers, but their averages are slightly higher than Obama's highest year in 2012. So it's just not even true. Like if you're taking it from a immigration restriction perspective, Trump will, at the end of the full accounting of the fiscal year, he will be able to have claimed the most deportations in a year. I believe he will. And so him even just putting in that terms, which is obviously done to try to give a little bit of a olive branch to the anti-immigrant sentiment, presumably in his audience, I find kind of lame. But the previous paragraphs are absolutely true.
He
on ice.
Before you go to Tim Pool, you know, he and Kyle were on a Piers Morgan segment a couple of weeks ago where they were, you know, for the most part, I'd say 70% allies. It was about the Renee Good shooting and also Trump's regime change war in Venezuela. And it wasn't a total 1-to-1, but they for the most part were allies of circumstance against Michael Knowles in that panel, and they got along pretty well. And then I guess somebody asked Kyle about Dave Smith in a subsequent stream where Kyle, I can't remember the other guy's name, but they do like some sort of stream together. Kyle and Corin, I think is what it is. And then somebody asked him about Dave Smith, and Kyle correctly said, you know, like Dave has his moments, but you know, his favorite expression is Trump meat writer. He's like, you know, Dave is too much a Trump meat writer, and that's true. Yes. And then Dave lost his shit. Dave's like, there's not even a fucking argument. Like fucking Kyle Kalinske throwing out like with his frosted tips and his, you know, his shades on. He's fucking 40 years old. Of course, ironically, not providing any sort of argument himself, right? It's just, you know, one ad hominem versus another. And people have been like the Vanguard and so many others have been busting Dave Smith's balls, and they put some compilation of shit together where, you know, Smith just, he whipsaws back and forth. 2016, it was anti-Trump, then he became pro-Trump, then he was anti-Trump in 2020, and then he was pro-Trump again, and now he's anti-Trump again, and he's just a fucking, you know,
I just don't understand how yes, I totally agree with that characterization, but like, I don't understand how any principled, assuming, right, civil libertarian can support Trump. Like, what right has this guy not violated? Due process, free speech,
right?
Search and seizure, fucking 14th Amendment, equal protection,
right?
All the fucking rights that matter. At some point, we'll probably see the quartering of troops, right? I mean, he's already deploying troops. What's next? A Third Amendment violation? When do we, like, that's never happened in our country to have like a Third Amendment case. It's like the meme. But I actually don't think, maybe he's going for the record. How many individual rights can we violate in one presidency? So yeah, I just don't. If you care about property rights, if you care about you know, self-defense and reasonable principles and escalation of force and that kind of stuff, as well as like your ability to say things without government interference, I don't know how you support Trump.
Okay, what about Tim Pool? What do you think of that statement?
I don't believe this for 2 seconds. Peretti was I don't think he's spelling it right. I don't think it's Peretti.
No, it's Pretty. It's Pretti.
Was a radicalized leftist who wanted to de-arrest and obstruct. He refused to be detained and fought feds. I disagree with that characterization of what happened on the video. They saw the gun, yelled gun, gun, and he got shot. There's no reason to think he was trying to massacre law enforcement officers. Well, then why are they saying it? Then why are they lying, Tim? Why are they lying? You're going to trust these? This is the thing. The trust here and the trust issues infect every other part of the administration. Why would you agree with giving Trump unaccountable war powers, intervention powers, or federalization of National Guard powers, or invoking the Insurrection Act? Why would you support that, given their steadfast insistence on lying in every breath?
I go further than that. I mean, my position is, and I laid this out in one of the videos today, you know, when I think the story broke, I think the default heuristic of mainstream and alternate media. And mainstream media will never do it. They're too deferential. They give too much the benefit of the doubt.
They're too scared. They're too
I think it is
cowardly,
perfectly, not only perfectly valid, I think the most rational heuristic to have with the Trump administration is to start from a position that the Trump administration is lying, and
Yes.
they have the burden of proof
Correct.
to prove that they're telling the truth.
Yes.
So if, for example, the Trump administration, Carolyn Levitt, Tricia McLaughlin say that it's raining outside, you should assume it's sunny until
yeah.
they go to the curtain and draw it back. I just like you remember when you remember after Renee Good was murdered, and then CBS, Barry Weiss and Tony DeCopel's CBS was like, well, the Trump White House says that two anonymous officials say that Jonathan Ross was hospitalized for internal bleeding. I think the default heuristic should be, I
Lie.
don't believe that
Yeah.
until I see the X-rays.
Lie. Yeah. 100%.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
put
Yeah.
no weight, just to be clear to what people think, I put no weight to the claim that he went to a hospital until I see someone from the hospital staff or some kind of intake form. I don't put any claim on that he had bruising until I see a doctor come out and give the basis of that opinion. I don't believe anything the government says in this context without some sort of other basis to believe it. Yeah, you should always assume that this government is lying. And Tricia McLaughlin, to speak of like DHS specifically, as well as Christy Nome, like these are court findings saying they're lying constantly about everything, right? This is what people don't understand with like I think they misunderstand about the Hassan Piker global entry situation. I am totally rational for taking a negative inference against the administration, especially when they're unwilling to detail the reason for the global entry revocation, to think it's related to his expression. I'm totally justified in that inference. And it doesn't have to do with Hassan specifically, or that Hassan lied about something else there. It has to do with like the overriding course of conduct by this administration in everything, and especially things that touch on entry into the country, immigration, that kind of stuff. It should always be your position that Tricia McLaughlin is lying, Trump is lying. I mean, Trump, holy fuck. The dude can't be honest if he tried. And the only times in which he's honest is when there really is just like no other way to support his interest. He will lie just for the fun of it. And everyone else is like that. To be a part of this administration and to be an ideological supporter of the administration is to be an active participant in multiple sets of deceptions, or at least be willing to abide by them.
Well said, bro. I agree. Well, listen, it was fun bouncing these things off
bro.
you, getting your take on it, getting your reactions to this.
It's
and
good shit, dude.
Yeah, I told my wife when we had to run an errand, and I'm like, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I actually kind of echoed a bit of that optimism too, as far as the election is concerned. I mean, it's easy for the American people to just forget shit. Like, I mean, with this media ecosystem and the news cycles, the way that they're working, but it's one of those things. Like, if the election was held tomorrow, I don't think there'd be an elected member of the Republican Party in Congress anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, I think it'd be like almost like a mass electoral purge. But
I'm optimistic. I am optimistic, but I don't want to rest on my laurels. I'm going to assume we're on the back foot, and everyone should.
Oh yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I had to cool my righteous anger and seeing the response there, because for a substantial portion of this country, tens of millions, if not 100 million Americans, like 1/3 of this country, Trump really can just do anything. And then the other third, we're jockeying for influence there. And I don't think they're sinister or malicious in the way that the most diehard of Trump supporters are. But I think that there's a short attention span, a laziness there, an apathy, and that's a real problem. I do think in so many ways we are a truly broken nation. So you're right, like nothing's set in stone, and there's so much can change between now and then. But I know this: the polling for Trump next week, the polling for ICE. God damn! Like there's no telling where ICE will be. Yeah,
we'll see.
So.
I think that it's about time, and hopefully it's the case, and hopefully it's sustained. And that's why it's very important to remain peaceful. Remain peaceful. Do as Martin Luther King did. Do as I think Gandhi did. He was peaceful, right? We can do it. The people are with us, and we stand with the people of Minnesota. And we don't want criminality. We want to follow what Walz is saying, follow his direction in this respect, be peaceful, but maintain the opposition. And yeah, I appreciate it too. I want you to stay warm. Are you guys going to get hit?
They keep pushing like the touchdown of the storm back. It was supposed to be 1 p.m. here, and then my wife said about an hour or so ago that now it's like 10 p.m. I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, it doesn't look great outside, but I mean, like we there's no rain or anything else, so we'll see.
Well, I appreciate you coming on. We should chat again soon. I miss you, man.
Yeah,
we should chat again, but appreciate you and thank you for sharing with us. All right.
Yeah, appreciate it, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Later, man. Peace
Bye.
out. As for the analysis of the shooting itself, you can scroll back and see when we did that at the start of the stream. So yeah, I did a whole breakdown, and you can watch it if you are interested in that breakdown. Tomorrow, I'll be talking with the Vanguard. So just heads up on that. And I just want to say, keep the faith. I don't know if I have any, unless there's like major disagreement of people who want to be on VC, specifically on this, because I don't know if I can handle another conversation about something else. Rob Noor is currently online defending ICE unaliving Alex and Renee and advocating against an investigation. Would you talk him and set him straight? If he wants to talk to me, I'll talk to him. I don't really have a self-standing desire to see him do the whole, did you say this when the illegal immigrant murdered this person? But again, I'm willing to if he wants to, but I'm not going to go out of my way to initiate the conversation. But of course, if he wants to chat about it, happy to do it. But it's not on my top item list of desires tonight to be like, show me where you condemn the killing of Lake and Riley. It's okay, dude. Unalive, it's just for TOS, dude. You guys are so sensitive. I've never seen such babies. You guys are like into microaggressions, but just the conservative version of microaggressions. Actually nuts. I'm more cucked than Schumer. You were right about everything. Yeah, you are more cucked than Schumer. See? And now, but the thing is, it pisses me off. This is why it pisses me off. It's like, now that Schumer has said it, you guys support it. So are you just like one of the Schumer stands? I don't get that. Like, what the fuck? Why do you guys... I appreciate that you exist, Kevinator. I appreciate you exist, but... I appreciate you exist. Why do you exist? Again, I want you to exist. I just don't know why you exist as you are. That, like, I say something, and your entire opinion about it shifts from a risk calculus perspective once Schumer says it. It really just does seem that the force of Schumer is guiding your perspective. That said, I like that you exist. I didn't mean it like that. I just mean like, why? Oh, is it cooked? Hang on. Okay, one sec. I don't think I'm going to be here much longer because I don't think that we have another... I don't want to do the other content that I had. Oh. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is that any better? Any better? There's gotta be something better. Something better. Okay, yeah, I had like stuff, but this is different than that, and I don't want to zag from the zig. So unless there's people who disagree or have some other thing to say, I'm probably gonna call it. And you guys can just chill. I look around here and I want to cry. But we got this, folks. All right. Final pep talk. Folks, final pep talk. Like the stream, sub to the channel. More coverage to come. I'm sure we'll be discussing this shit with the Vanguard, but also with like right-wingers who want to defend it in the future. I urge you, maintain discipline, stay frosty, as Jack Posobiec would say. Love this country, continue being a patriot. I know you guys are patriots in the chat. Peaceful protest. Baseness is coming. And we'll do it with Schumer, without Schumer, with base Democrats, or we'll input base Democrats where no baseness exists. Don't black pill yourself. Don't live with yourself. I'm going to restart that. Don't live in fear. They want you to be afraid. They want you to be despondent and black-pilled. Shit happened. Be angry about it. But keep that level of composure focused on the task ahead. And that requires logic, reason, and more than anything, a purpose and a will to end the conditions that are afflicting us and to defeat Trump and MAGA once and for all. And we can do it. Love you guys very much. Stay cool. Vanguard coming tomorrow, 3 Eastern. 3 Eastern, 2 Central Time. And that was planned before this. And we're going to talk about ICE, state of political left, authoritarian Trump. Love you guys.